になりましたので、皆様こんにちは。私はキャンパスフランスのドロームと申します。本日この、フランス留学マネジメントとビジネスのセッションのモデレーターを務めさせていただきます。まずはですね、この、15時から、MBA 留学の、留学経験者のパネルディスカッションでスタートしたいと思います。それではですね、まず、MBA 留学経験者のパネルディスカッション、を、始めたいと思います。まずは、パネリストはですね、本日は、5名のパネリストをご招待させていただいているのですが、皆さんの自己紹介から、開始したいと思います。こちらから簡単なスライドを、共有させてください。はい。じゃあ、大丈夫でしたら、このスライドの順番通りに、パネリストの皆様に、自己紹介を行っていただきたいと思います。では、まずは、槍田さんからお願いいたします。
はい、皆様はじめまして、槍田と申します。キャリアとしてはですね、HEC パリの、MBA に行っていたんですが、その前は、新卒でキヤノン株式会社で、プリンターのいわゆる企画部門で、8年ほど働きまして、修正 HEC パリに行ってですね、その後コンサルティングファームのベイン&カンパニーを経てですね、今、投資ファンドの傘下の、企業であります、IT 系の企業であります、ペリプラスという会社の取締役として、させていただいております。よろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。続きまして、周東さんお願いします。
皆様はじめまして、周東雄大と申します。私は旭化成メディカルという会社に2013年に入りまして、5年間営業職を務めた後に、2018年から19年までEDHEC ビジネススクールのグローバル MBA プログラムに行ってまいりました。現在は事業推進、事業開発、事業管理といった仕事に就いております。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ありがとうございます。小林さんお願いします。
はい、小林暦と申します。私はですね、新卒で、米国系の経営コンサルティング会社のボストンコンサルティンググループというところに入社をしまして、でそちらで5年半ほどプロジェクトワークをやった後に、会社のプログラムを使ってですね、1年間、アクサというフランスに本社のある国際系の金融コングロマリットに出向しまして、でそのままインシアドというですね、フランスとあとシンガポールとアラブ首長国連邦にキャンパスを持っている MBA に留学をしました。で日本に帰ってきたタイミングで、コンサル会社の方を退職しまして、でそれから1年半ほどですね、大学発の技術の研究開発系ベンチャーで働きまして、で今年の3月にそちらを退職して、で今、ジェムシップというインターネット上でデジタルコンテンツの個人間取引ができるマーケットプレイスを開発運用する会社の創業と代表を務めています。
はい、ありがとうございます。続きまして、上田さんお願いします。
はい、上田康と申します。本日よろしくお願いいたします。簡単に自己紹介させていただきますと、大学を卒業した後にですね、アクセンチュア株式会社というコンサルティングファームで4年ほど勤めておりました。そこからですね、salesforce.com という IT 系の会社にまた転職をしまして、その後、こちらに記載がございます通り、EDHEC グローバル MBA というニースにですね、ニースにキャンパスがある MBA プログラムに2018年9月から19年7月までの10ヶ月間ですね、参加させていただいておりました。卒業後はですね、株式会社アルスク&カンパニーという会社を立ち上げまして、そこで代表を務めております。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。最後にですね、特別なフランスからのゲスト、ルージョルさんお願いします。
はい、私が皆さんはじめまして、私がエリック・ルージョルと申しますが、ですね、私が25年前からずっと再生エネルギー業界で働いてて、初めて日本で、仕事が始まって、日本とアメリカ、住んでて、2017年に、自分のキャリアのギアチェンジをするために、そのトゥルーズにある MBA を選んで、 その MBA を、そのトランスフォーマーションデジタルトランスフォーメーションという専門を選んで、その僕の再生エネルギーの、どういうトランスフォーメーション、デジタルトランスフォーメーションどういう使い方かあるか、そのために勉強しました。今現在ですね、そのドイツの会社に、日本の支店もありますし、その多元電池モジュールの画題をメーカーさんの、そのヨーロッパの、BP をやってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。皆さん。ですね、じゃあまずはですね、本当にもう多分一番簡単な質問から、始めさせたいと思うんですが、ですね、まずどうして、MBA をフランスで留学しようと思ったのか、そしてなんか皆さんのキャリアの中で、なんかこの時点で MBA 留学をしようと思った理由も教えていただければと思います。特に順番はないのですが、先ほどの順番と同じように、じゃあ、柳田さんからお願いしてもいいですか。
はい、なぜ MBA かとなぜフランスかというところなんですが、まず MBA を取るのを思い立ったところで言うと、やはりキヤノンで働いていて、改めて学校に戻って改めて体系だった経営の知識が欲しいなと思ったところと、それに合わせて MBA ですと、キャリアチェンジですとか、これはもう国内外含めてMBA 留学生の、今ここにいらっしゃる方も含めてネットワークができるっていうところは非常に魅力だなと感じていました。特にネットワークのところ、日本で言ったら、やはり年間2、300人しか行かないコミュニティになるので、非常に狭いかつ、濃いコミュニティかなと思っています。で、その中でフランスを選んだ理由なんですが、フランスを選んだというよりアシュセを選んだというところにはなるんですが、MBA の中でも私が特に学びたいところはブランディング領域とかラグジュアリーのところだったので、そこの物の売り方とかそういったところの考え方を学ぶにあたって、アシュセが最もそこで優れた学校だったので、選びました。以上です。
はい、ありがとうございます。ですね、本当に順番は何でもいいんですけど、私の画面の順番にしましょうか。じゃあ、小林さんでお願いします。
はい、私はですね、もともとコンサルティングファームに勤めていまして、で、MBA を、30前後で取るっていうのは比較的オーソドックスなキャリアであったので、ちょっと頭の片隅にあったというのはあるんですけれども、3年目、4年目ぐらいですね、になった時に、将来どういうことがしたいのかっていうのを、自分の中で、本格的に考えるようになりまして、私は当時、技術系の領域で起業したいなというふうに考えていたんですけれども、そういう領域だと、やっぱり国際的なフィールドの方がですね、いろんな事例があったりとか、あと、最先端の状況が分かったりっていうふうなこともあるだろうなと思ったので、改めて、MBA っていう形で、そういう領域について理解を深めたいなというふうに思ったというのが、行くことにした理由です。私はですね、もともと勤めてたのが、米国系の会社だったので、かなり、そういうアメリカ式の、その資本主義社会におけるビジネスとか、キャリアっていうところに自分の価値観が引き寄せられている感じではあったんですけれども、MBA 行くのであれば、もう少し視野を広げたいなということで、非英語系の学校であるインシアドを選びました。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあ、上田さん、どうですか。
はい、ありがとうございます。なぜ MBA を選んだかと申しますと、勉強を始めたきっかけは、正直結構なんとなくだったと思います。次のキャリア、MBA ちょっと検討したいなと思い、勉強を始めたんですが、salesforce.com で働くうちにですね、次は起業したいという思いに思い至ってですね、起業の前にここでチャレンジしてみたいなと思い、2018年を選びました。どうしても起業してしまうと、その経営者として1年空けると、2年空けるというのは難しいというところもありますので、このタイミングしかないということで、2018年を選びました。でそんな中、フランスのビジネススクールを選んだ理由は3つございまして、1つ目がですね、私、私費留学、かつ、家族も子供もいる中での留学でしたので、どうしてもですね、学費を考えたときに1年生の学校が良かったというところが1つ目。で2つ目がですね、私、起業することを決めて留学しておりましたので、プログラムとしてアントレプレナーシップのプログラムの充実性というのを見に行きました。私が所属していたEDHECビジネススクールという学校自体ですね、 数ヶ月間、2ヶ月かな、アントレプレナーシップにも特化したコースも用意されておりましたし、そのサンフランシスコのスタディトリップで、実際のアントレプレナーの方とシリコンバレーで学べるといったところのチャンスが非常に大きいということから、EDHEC というのを志望しました。で、実はもう一つ、私、家族で MBA に行ったんですけれども、やはり学校選びとともに、街ですとか、ライフスタイル、そこもちゃんと見に行きました。0歳児の子供を連れて、なかなか不便なところと申しますか、に行くのはやはりリスクもあるかなと思っておりましたので、大きな町ですとか、あと病院があったりですとか、そのあたりのですね、町も調べさせていただいた上で、ぴったりフィットする、ということで、EDHECビジネススクールを選んだといったところが、MBA の理由となぜフランスかといったところになります。
じゃあということは、ニースを割と狙ったということですかね。
はい、はい。もう大きな小児病院があったりですとか、ちゃんとそのあたりまで全て調べて、その学ぶだけではなく生活するという観点からも選択させていただきました。
そちらも重要ですね。じゃあ同じEDHECに留学した周東さんはどうでしょうか。
はい。私がまず MBA を取得しようと思った理由、EDHEC を選んだ理由っていうところにもなってくるんですけども、私自身高校時代に一度留学をしていて、でそこで学生時代で、留学をした経験から、ビジネス経験を積んだトップクラスの人材が集まる環境で、どこまで自身の色、旭化成メディカルというところで積んできた経験とか知識っていうものを出して、一定以上の成果を出せるか確認したかったっていうのが取得のまず一つの要因になっています。で、上田さんからもご説明があった通り、フランスというよりかはニースという場所に私も惹かれたというのがあります。私も会社のお金で留学させていただいたんですけども、留学じゃなくて遊びに行くんだろうと揶揄されるぐらい、このニースという環境は非常に素晴らしいところでして、であとはですね、少し真面目な話をすると、EDHECのインタビュアーの方々だったり、アドミニストレーションの方々と話をしていく中で、非常にレスポンスが早かったりとか、私の悩みに的確に答えてくれるといったような学校のヘルプが非常に充実していたなというのも一つ決め手ではありました。やはりニースという環境がもともとイタリア領だったというところもあって、非常に皆さんコミュニケーションも取りやすいし、フレンドリーだったというところが学校の特徴にも表れているのかなと思っています。なので、ニースとEDHECを選んだというところになります。
はい、ありがとうございます。やはり2人の写真にニースで留学するのもいいなっていう感じなんですよね。はい、最後にですね、藤原さんは、皆さんと違ってフランス人ですし、もう少しキャリアを積んでからの MBA 留学だったので、どうして MBA しようと思ったのと、トゥールーズビジネススクールを選んだかについてご説明いただければと思います。
私ですね、その50歳になる前に、さっき申し上げたのはずっと再生エネルギーに、働いてたんですよ。日本とかアメリカとヨーロッパで。エネルギー業界ですね、結構古い考え方ですが、最近の新しいそのディジタルの世界ですね。そういう2つの世界、どういう方法で合わせるかどうか、ちょっといろいろ悩んでて、それで、トゥルーズにある MBA ですね、そのデジタルトランスフォーメーションの専門 MBA がありまして、それでMBA 選んでたときに、その時ですね、仕事しながら勉強できるという MBA をまず探してたんですよ。それで、トゥルーズですね、週3日間で、月3日間で勉強できる MBA なので、そしてもうトゥルーズに住んでる、近くにある MBA もフィットしてまして、そのトゥルーズ選んだんですよ。だからその僕の希望ですね、その再生エネルギーとデジタル合わせる勉強と仕事を見つけて、近くにある MBA をもらって、それでトゥルーズTBS で、その MBA を選んだんです。
はい、ありがとうございます。そうしましたらですね、皆さんの期待があって、MBA 留学したということなんですが、実際に留学してみて、受講されたプログラムの、利点など、どういうふうに、なんていうか、このプログラムの良さを感じたところについて、教えていただきたいのですが、どちらからでもいいんですけど、じゃあ、上田さん。
はい、ありがとうございます。 ちょっと私の観点から2つご紹介させていただきたいなと思ったことがありまして、1つ目が、非常にダイバーシティが進んだ環境に身を置けたということは、やはり良かったなと思っています。当時ですね、2018から19年にEDHECの生徒はですね、100名程度ですかね、人数として100名程度なんですが、国籍からすると30国籍以上の方が所属していました。で、チームワークをしてもですね、そのグループワークの同じ班の人は、もう本当に大陸が重ならないような形でグループを組んでいたと私は認識しています。ですので、多様な価値観に触れるというのを本当にですね、広い意味で体感できたというのが一つ良かった点だと思っています。でもう一つ挙げさせていただきますと、私、起業をもともと志してEDHECに行ったわけではございますが、2ヶ月間の起業家向けのプログラムももちろん良かったんですが、その1年間を通じてですね、メンターという方がEDHECにはついてくれます。もともと卒業生でして、で似たような思考をバックグラウンドを持っているというか、キャリア思考ですね、持っている方をメンターとして選んでいただきますので、シンガポールで起業した方を私はメンターとしてつけていただきました。プログラムの2ヶ月もそうですけれども、やはりEDHECを卒業して、本当に起業している方の生のアドバイスをいただけたことは、非常に財産になったなと思っています。そのダイバーシティの話と、やはり私が求めていた起業家に対するプログラムの手厚さ、その2点は非常に言ってよかったなと思っています。
はい、ありがとうございます。そうしましたら、じゃあ、同じEDHECの周東さんを比べて自分の経験がどうだったかについて教えていただけますか。
行ってみて予想以上に良かったという点で2点あると思っています。コーチングという授業と、あとは360フィードバックっていうのがEDHECには一つ特徴としてあって、でおそらく日本でもこの2つっていうのは今定着しつつあるのかなと思うんですけども、これが定着する前からプログラムとしてEDHECは先進的に取り入れていて、私も受けるまでは大したことないと思ったんですが、受けてみて非常に気づきが多い。で、今後自分がメンバーを率いていったり、組織の上に立つにあたって非常に気づきの多い授業だったなというのがあります。なので、まとめて言うとリーダーシップというところが非常に思った以上に収穫があったというのがあります。で、もう一つプログラムというわけではないんですけれども、比較的マチュアードな学生が多かったので、時事ネタだけでもいろんな人のバックグラウンドから見た解説などがあって、日常生活と日常会話から多くの知見を得られたというのがもう一つの利点かなと思います。はい、以上です。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあ、そうしましたら小林さんにもお聞きしたいんですが。
そうですね。ECAD に関しては、やはりキャンパスが欧州とアジアと中東に一つずつあるっていうところが特徴なのかなというふうに思っていまして、でそういう国際的な環境下でですね、実際に勉強したりとか、あと現地の企業と一緒にプロジェクトワークをやったりすることもできるっていうのも経験の幅が広がるところになるんじゃないかなと思っています。で私自身はベースのキャンパスはフランスのフォンテンブローというところだったんですが、そのうち10ヶ月のプログラムのうちの2ヶ月はシンガポールの方のキャンパスで勉強をしていまして、で欧米とアジアのビジネスがどういうふうに結設されていくのかとか、あと今後ですね、東アジア、東南アジア、南アジア、それぞれのアジアの地域がどういうふうに進化していくのかみたいなところを俯瞰して勉強したことに加えて、その現地の企業ですね、私は、プライベートエクイティと一緒に共同のプロジェクトワークをしたんですけれども、そこでアジア特有の、マーケット事情っていうところを鑑みながら、どういうふうに、ビジネス展開をしていくのかっていうところを実地で学べたっていうところもすごく良かったなと思っています。
はい、ありがとうございます。そうですね、やはりいくつかの学校が多分もう修正EDHEC、インシャード、CBS も海外のキャンパスがあるんですよね。そういう、なんていうか、フランス留学だけではなく、やはりもう他の海外留学が同時にできるっていうのも確かに一つの利点として挙げられるんですね。はい。槍田さんの方はどうでしょうか。
そうです。修正の プログラムの特徴っていうのは、いわゆるフレキシビリティ、学ぶ内容のフレキシビリティとか、そのデザインの余地だと思っています。言い換えると、16ヶ月間っていうコースになってるんですが、これを、時々長くしている人もいますが、そこの中で、自分の専門性の、思考に合わせた、コース選考ができると。その具体例としてよくお話しするのがスペシャリゼーションというものなんですけど、大体6個程度の、例えばファイナンスですとか、マーケティングですとか、ストラテジーですとか、私はマーケティングを学びたくてマーケティングを取ったんですが、そこで自分たちとして3ヶ月間から4ヶ月間、そこにきっちりと没頭してですね、その部分について専門性を極めることで、それが将来的に自分のハックとして転職活動とかにも使えるっていうところも含めて、いいプログラムだったなと思っています。あと、もう一個、亜州制の特徴としては、やはりそのフランスの中での、グランズコール校としての、特徴っていうのはあると思っていまして、いわゆる学部生の卒業生が多いことで、パリの市内とかでのインターン、私が実際、ちょっとレンタカー会社で海外進出のリサーチをするっていうところで、ケニアへのリサーチとかも含めて、パリでのインターンをさせてもらったんですけど、そのお話っていうのは、実は亜州制のアルムナイのネットワークで見つけているものなので、こういったところでも結構役立ったものあったなというところは感じています。以上になります。
はい。ありがとうございます。ルージョールさんは、なんていうか、仕事しながらの MBA、留学じゃないんですけど、MBA 取得だったということなので、その点も含めて、なんか TBS のプログラムの良さについて、ご説明いただければと思います。
私ですね、その当時ですね、うちのクラスメートですね、45人がいたんですよ。皆さんですね、いろいろ業界から来てたんですよ。ほとんど半分以上ですね、飛行機関係ですね。トゥールーズのエアバスの本社にありますので、それで45人の中ではもう30代から50代の人が混ぜて、やっぱりそのいろいろ業界から来てた人と年はもう幅すごい広って、いろいろ勉強もできましたんですよ。その学校よりもその人たちからいろいろ印象も受けて、僕のビジョンが広くなったんですよ。今まで25年間いつも同じ業界で働いてて、いつも同じ人になって、初めて他の業界の他の人、他の都市に一緒に生活と言えるんですよ。一緒にして1年間半ぐらいですね。それで3回ですね、1週間、ずっと1週間、そのカザブランカ、モロッコのカザブランカのカンパスと、バルセロナのカンパスと、パリのカンパス、みんな集めて、その1週間の間にいろいろセミナーとか、いろいろ歓迎会とかね、その皆さん集めると、それもいろいろ勉強できました。人間、世界、その人生の勉強、MBA の人生の勉強もできましたんです。それもありがたいです。
はい、そうしましたら、じゃあ、ルージョルさんが参加されたMBA プログラムは、その他の学生さんもパートタイム MBA という形だったんですか、それともフルタイムもいらっしゃったんですか？皆さんパートタイム。
MBA のプログラム、僕選んだのプログラムですね、そのパートタイムだから、すべての45人の人たちがもうパートタイムだったんですよ、仕事をしながら。
なるほど。じゃあ、そうしましたら、やっぱりそういうパートタイムの、仕事しながらの MBA の方が、多分なんていうか、経験と、年の差などがなんか広く感じるのですが、なんか、他の皆さんはフルタイム MBA だったと思うんですが、なんていうか、そういう参加者の、世代とか、なんか、同じ広さがあったんですか？それともやっぱりもう30代、40代前半がメインですかね。
私が通ってたインシアードという学校は、MBA に加えて、エグゼクティブ MBA という、少し、もうキャリアが積んでですね、本当にマネージャーとしての、実務上の技術っていうところを磨いていくようなことを想定している方たち向けの、プログラムもありまして、で私たち MBA の学生と、EMBA の学生が、一緒にプログラムをやったりとか、あとプロジェクトワークしたりっていう風な機会もありましたので、MBA 自体はやっぱり20代後半から、30代半ばぐらいまでの若手層が多いですけれども、もう少し上の年齢層の人との交流っていうのもかなり活発に行われてたかなというふうな印象でした。
なるほどですね。じゃあもうすべてのプログラムのなんていうか共通の 時間とかがあったということですよね。
はい、
なるほど。EDHEC とは修正の方にもそのような、なんていうか、機会がありましたか？
でからどうぞ。
EDHEC はですね、エグゼクティブ MBA の方と交流する機会はそこまで多くなかったかなと認識しておりますが、EDHEC 自体ですね、先ほど周東さんもおっしゃられてましたが、結構マチュアな方が多い中で、本当に30代だけではなく40代の方もフルタイムで参加されているケースというのは結構多かったかなと思っています。大体20代中盤から40代まで幅広くいたと認識しています。どうしても中心は30代前半あたりなのかなと思っておりますが、なんかすごく幅は広かったなと私は認識しております。はい、
なるほど。
ちょっと
修正、はいはい、どうぞ。
補足すると、EDHEC にもクラブ活動っていうのがあって、で、EDHEC のニースのキャンパスには BBA とかマスターの学生さんもいて、で、そのクラブ活動には、MBA とエグゼクティブと、BBA とマスターと、いろんなところから集まってクラブ活動をしている中で、そこに入ると、そういった関連、交流っていうのはあって、MBA で学んだことを BBA の子に教えたりっていったような友人はいました。なので自分から求めればそういった交流はあるのかなとは思います。
なるほど。
すごい悪いタイ
あら。
はい、呼び鈴、在宅なので、ちょっと呼び鈴が鳴ってますが、聞いて
すいません。
すいません。この時代ならではですね。ですね。修正の特徴なんですが、先ほどお伝えした通り、いわゆるグランゼコール生、学部から大学院1、2年目ぐらいのところの学生と、マスターディグリーと EMBA、それぞれいらっしゃるので、かなり学校自体が大きいという印象です。で、その中で言うと、クラスが一緒になることはあまりないです。本当にミックスになってるよっていうクラスを取らない限りは一緒になることはないです。で、その中で、私自身が交流あったところで言うと、EMBA と、グランゼコールに来ている、エクスチェンジの日本人の学生とかは結構よく話はした気がしますが、結構そのローカルなフランスのグランゼコールの学生との交流がすごくあったかというと、私がフランス語を話せなかったというのもありますが、多くはなかったかなっていう印象はあります。これはもう人によって語学の能力も含めて人それぞれになってくるポイントにはなるかと思います。
はい。ありがとうございます。そうしましたら、留学後の話も伺いたいのですが、皆様も、その時点でのキャリアでMBA しようと思って、で、MBA 留学後は、どういうふうにそのフランスでの留学経験を生かしているのか、どういうふうに、今のポジションでも、MBA 留学後、直後でもどういうふうに役に立っているかについてお聞きしたいのですが、で、皆さんの中で、3名とも結局起業しているっていうこともありましたので、まずは、起業していない方、もう、なんていうか、会社員としての、キャリアを、続けた、ホジョルさんと周東さんに伺いたいのですが、ホジョルさんいきますか？
はい。私ですね、キャリアアップとか仕事が全くがなくて、自分のビジョンが変わったんですよ。それは一番大切ですよ。MBA を選ぶときに、自分のトランスフォーメーションのためと僕思ってたんですよ。そのビジョンが僕変わって、今仕事をするときにアプローチが違うんですよ。効率も上がったんですよ。自分の効率、結果の効率変わったんですよ。新しいことはね、もちろん勉強したんですけども、今の仕事であまり使ってません。ただ、その僕の、考え方、人間と人間の関係、その戦略、見通しを考えるときに、やっぱり基礎が違うんですよ、今までと比べると。それで、そういうことは MBA は良かったと今思ってるんですよ。
ありがとうございます。周東さんはどうですか？日本に帰っても日本の会社で、どう生かしているのかについて。
今、ルジロさんがおっしゃったことに本当に、同意というか賛成するところが多いなと思ってて、アカデミックな部分であったり、人脈っていうところはもちろんそうなんですけども、やっぱり会社に帰ってきて、今まで なかなかできなかったこと、解決できなかったこと、新しいこと、どう進めればいいのかわからないっていうようなことに対して、自分がリーダーシップを持って解決策を導いていく、で周りを巻き込んでいくっていう、そのソフトスキルっていうところも含めて、この MBA ではすごく学べたかなとは思います。何か特別な知識や資格を MBA で得られるわけではないんですけれども、いかに進めていくか、前例を作っていくかっていう気概を持って進んでいくっていうところが一番活かせているところかなと思います。あとはどうしても小さな歯車になりがちだとは思うんですけども、自分が大きな歯車になったり重要な歯車になるっていうところが会社員として一番重要なところかなとは思ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあそうしましたら他の、3名にその MBA 留学はどう今の起業している仕事につながったかについてお話しいただきたいのですが、柳田さんいきますか。
はい。実は私は起業はしていなくてですね。
そうですか。すみません。
ちょっと自分で言うのは恥ずかしいですが、その経営者としてお声かけをいただいて入ってるみたいな形なので、ちょっと変わった入り方なんですが、MBA の卒業後は、アメリカ系のコンサルティングファームのベイン&カンパニーというところに入っているんですが、その時の転職のいわゆる何でしょうかね、枠みたいなところで行ったときに、大体30前半ぐらいまでの、卒業生に対し、MBA 卒業生に対して、特定に与えられている MBA 卒枠というのが、大きいコンサルティングファームだとありまして、そこの部分をうまく活かしながら転職できたなという点で言うと、非常にうまくレバレッジできたなという感覚があります。これは MBA 行ってなかったら難しかったキャリアじゃないかなと思っています。で、その後の今、ベイン&カンパニーというのを経て、プライベートエクイティという、そのファンドからお声かけいただいて、今、経営陣に入っているんですが、その中の日々の仕事でいくとですね、今、会社の、事業構造を変える、新しい事業を立ち上げて、いわゆるその事業を伏線化していくみたいなことをやっているんですが、常にそれって今までやっていたこととは、会社のメンバーがですね、今までやっていたこととは違うことをやっていかなきゃいけない、ストレス、常にコンフォートラインを超えた活動っていうところにはなるんですけど、それに対してリードしていくっていうところでいくと、やっぱり留学中っていうのは新しくそのダイバーシティも生まれるとか、そういった観点でいって、すごく常にコンフォートラインを超えていかにやっていくかみたいなところをいつも論点として、活動していくことが多いので、そこが実際に経験できてたことによって、いわゆる今の仕事でもビビらずにきっちりと向かっていけてるのかなというところで、ちょっとメンタリティのところになってしまっているところはありますが、すごく役に立っているなと感じています。
なるほど。ありがとうございます。やっぱり皆さんのお話を伺うと、MBA は、なんていうか、留学っていうよりは、人生の経験っていうか、ビジョンを、人間を変えるような経験に聞こえるのですが、面白いですね。上田さんもお聞きしてもいいですか？
はい、私はもともと起業するつもりで MBA に行って帰ってきてからというお話で、まずですね、すべてのコースが薄く役立っているような実感がありますと、やはり起業すると、資金調達もそうですけれども、経営管理からマーケティングから法律周りから、当然この特許ですとか商標ですとか、そのあたりですね、非常に広くのケーパビリティが求められていると思っています。MBA のコース設計は、おそらく経営者となるべく、コース設計がされていると思っておりまして、一通り学んだことがあることをやっているなという実感はあります。一方で全てが深いわけではないので、ただ、触れたことがあるなということが、今までやってこなかった領域に一歩踏み出すときに非常に役に立っているかなと思っています。それは先ほど周東さんがおっしゃられてたようなリーダーシップもそうですし、組織マネジメントもそうですし、もう一個一個すべての仕事が MBA の習ったことと、リンクをしているなということは非常に強く感じています。先ほど頼田さんもおっしゃられてたように、あと、度胸ですとか、いろんな方が会社に入ってくる中で、そのダイバーシティの中でどう働くのかといったようなソフト面も当然そうかなとは思っておりますので、私は全てがつながっているなという実感で今働いています。
はい、ありがとうございます。じゃあ最後に小林さんにもどうですか？
私もですね、もともと起業を想定して MBA 留学した身ではあるんですけれども、女性のライフプランにおいて、起業っていうのがどういう意味を持つのかっていうことについての、考えがすごく広がったかなというふうに思っています。で、やっぱり日本ではですね、まだまだ女性の社会進出って少しケースが少ないようなところもあるんじゃないかなと思っていまして、でオーソドックスなライフプランであれば、20代の時に頑張って仕事をして、30前後で結婚をしたり子育てをしたりして、でまた少し40ぐらいになってから仕事に復帰するっていう風なことが想定されやすいんじゃないかなと思うんですけれども、やっぱり世界的に見るとそういう女性のライフプランって本当に一部分でしかなくて、例えば、ヨーロッパとかアジアでも他の中国とか東南アジアであれば子供がいる状態で、起業をするとか、子供がいる状態で MBA を目指すっていうことは比較的普通のことですし、その後もですね家庭と仕事っていう風なところどちらかに縛られることなく自分の望む方に多様にキャリアを広げていくっていう風なことが、本当に当たり前というふうに捉えられているので、そういう中で私自身もですね、例えば年齢とか、想定されているライフプランとかそういうところではなく、私個人としてどういうふうな道を選んでいきたいのかっていうふうなところに主眼を置きながら決断していくっていうふうなことができるようになったかなと思っています。
はい、ありがとうございます。ですね、あと少しの時間なんですが、まだ参加者の皆さんから質問いただいていないようなので、それが来るのを待ちながら、もう一つまだ聞いてないことをお聞きしたいのですが、言語についてですね。MBA 留学は大体英語で留学することになるとは思うのですが、よく聞くのは、やっぱり英語圏以外の国で MBA 留学をするのは、もう一つの言語も取得できる利点がありますよっていう話よく聞くんですが、皆さんはフランス語はどうですか？行く前にもうできてたのか、MBA 留学をきっかけにできるようになったとか、それともどちらでもないか教えていただきたいのですが、どうですか？周東さんからいきましょうか。
はい、恥ずかしながら全く分からなくて挨拶と感謝の言葉しか言えない状態でした。でも行ってみてすごく良かったのは、話そうとすると現地の方々も、楽しそうに会話をしてくれたなっていうのが印象的です。なので今はスマホもあるので、そこに自分の言いたいことを入れて向こうも認識してくれて、で向こうの音声をスマホを介して理解するっていうようなやり取りをですね、近所のパン屋さんとかレストランとかで繰り返してたら、1年経つ頃にはカフェとかレストランで物を頼んで何を言われてるかも分かるぐらいにはなりました。で、妻も一緒に行ったんですけども、妻は語学学校に行って私よりもものすごく分かるようになってたので、楽しむっていうところが重要かなっていうのと、意外とごめんなさい、ルジョルさん失礼かもしれないですけど、フランス人の方は話好きな面もあるので、そこは気にせずフランス語を喋りたいとか喋ろうっていう気持ちが重要かなと思います。
他の皆さんはどうですか？柳田さんどうですか？フランス語。
まず、フランス語は、話せない状態で行きました。で、大体日常会話、サバイバルできる程度は話せるようになってきています。ただ、これは、学校の中ではおそらく、ちょっとあまりフランスが伸びなかった側なので、あんまりいい例ではないと思ってます。アシューセ自体は学校で、私の時は必修でありましたし、今も、B1 っていう、大体初中級ぐらいのクラスを取らない限り、ランクを取らない限り、卒業できないっていう要件がついているはずなので、今の卒業生たちは私よりももっと喋れるんじゃないかなと推測しております。はい、
そうですか。 小林さんはどうですか？なんか、イシアードはある程度のフランス語ができないと卒業できないという話聞いたことはあるのですが。
あとは3カ国語話者であることというのが卒業要件になるので、皆さん自分のネイティブランゲージと英語と、あと、もう1個ですね、第二外国語を習得して卒業するという形になるんですけれども、私は第二外国語としてフランスを選びまして、で学校の
ありがとうございます。
学校の方でですね、そういう語学のコースを併設してくれていますので、そちらの方で、例えばその夏休みにですね、ぐっと詰め込んで、で一定喋れるレベルまでなるとか、あとMBA の、期間中にですね、並行するような形で、その語学のコースを取って試験をパスするとか、皆さんそういうふうな形で取り組んでまして、かなり喋れるようになっていました。私もちょっと有田さんみたいな学校の中で話せない方だったなと思うんですけれども、結構他の方は積極的にフランス語を使う機会とかも探して街に出ていたようなところもあったので、そういう語学習得の面白さみたいなところも体験できると本当はいいんじゃないかなと思ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。質問が来ているのをちょっと今気づきましたので、ちょっとフランス語の話、後で終わる時間があれば終わらせていただくんですが、ですね、質問となると、グローバル MBA と MSc で興味のある分野を集中的に学ぶどちらかで、学んでいます。グローバル MBA の利点はありますか？そうですね。皆さんはそういうなんていうか、MBA と MSc で迷ったことありますか？それとももう最初から MBA で決まっていたんですか？あまり両方知らないとちょっと難しいかもしれないです。
どうぞ。
私、マスター・オブ・マーケティングみたいなところは悩んでいて、一部の学校で実はデュアルディグリーで出したっていう経緯もあるんですが、MBA に来た理由は、そうです。MBA とまず、MSc の違いを説明すると、MBA の方がやはりカバーする範囲が広いです。逆に言うと全体的に薄く広くっていう感じになってくると思いますし、MSc はやっぱりそのある学問に対して集中的にやるというところで、キャリアの幅とか方向性が全然変わってくるかなっていう認識です。例えばそのマスター・オブ・ファイナンス行ったらもうファイナンスの領域で生きていくってなりますし、MBA だと広くファイナンス領域をその中で強くしたかったらファイナンスの授業を多めに取って、インターンファイナンスのところでやって、就職していくようになりますし、その幅の選ぶ余地っていうのを持ってるっていうようなところが一つ MBA の良さなのかなとは思っています。
はい、ありがとうございます。ルジョルさん、何か
いや、全く同じことを、柳田さんがおっしゃってることと同じことをよく思ったんですよ。あとはその MBA ね、国際的なイメージですよ。マスターだったらもうちょっと国内という印象を受けましたんですよ。私もですね、そういう、もう悩んでたんですよ。MBA かマスターで選ぶかとか、やっぱりその柳田さんのおっしゃってるとおりビジョンが広く、幅が広いし、あとはその国際的なイメージを持ったメディアなんですよ。
なるほどですね。面白いです。もう一つ質問が来ています。各学校のアルムナイネットワークに関するご質問なんですね。特に日本でのアルムナイ同士のつながりがあるかどうか。で、例えば日本のアルムナイネットワークでイベントがあったりするかどうかについてのご質問なんですが、どうですか、皆さん。なんか亜種性はありそうなんですけど、結構日本にも代表者がいらっしゃいますし。
そうですね。まずちょっと前提としてコロナでなかなかできなくなってるっていうのは
そうですね。皆さん2019年卒業ですもんね。イベントというのは。
私は幸い卒業して何年かあったので、その時の話でいくと、いわゆる学校の縦のつながりっていうところと、あとは学校をまたいだ関係性っていうの2つあると思っています。そこはMBA の面白さかなと思っていて、当然ながら、亜州セレスト今いらっしゃる足立さんという方が日本代表されてるんですが、その元でグランゼコールの留学生とか含めた学校としての集まりっていうのも時々ありますし、そういったつながり があります。で、その上で、学校をまたいだお話でいくと、MBA って、多くの人がGMAT ですとか、TOEFL とかの試験を受ける中で、予備校に行くことが多くて、その中で結構入学する時点で結構友達が多いみたいなことがよくあります。で、その後留学してて、エクスチェンジに行って知り合いになっていて、で、卒業後もMBA 採用みたいな枠で入っていく人は結構な割合でいるので、そういったところで、何らかそのコミュニティができていくっていうのは、一番最初の質問でお話ししてたと思うんですけど、年に300人のコミュニティというのところで、そこでかなり、個人的な積極性もありますけど、つながりがあるっていうのは事実です。で、一番分かりやすいところで言うと、留学の予備校でアゴスジャパンさんが、毎年 MBA 夏祭りっていうのをやってらっしゃるんですけど、そこを会場でやっていた時とかですと、そこに行くとなんか友達がたくさんいる、なんか最近元気みたいなのを話すのは、実は個人的にはいつもすごく楽しみにしているイベントだったりします。はい、
ありがとうございます。上田さんが周東さん、EDHEC の方はどうですか？日本でのアルムナイネットワークは形成されていますか？
そこまで大規模なものはやはりないかなとは思います。コロナ前に QS ツアーがあった時には、そこで EDHEC の方から声がかかって、日本人の中で幹事のようなものができて、かなり10年以上前のアルムナイから集まって飲み会っていうのはあったんですけども、現在はちょっとそういうのはないかなと。少なくとも私と上田さんみたいに同学年であったりとかのつながりっていうのは今もありますし、そうですね。縦のつながりというか横のつながりは多いかなっていうところです。
なるほど。じゃあ最後にちょっとインシアードの方はどうですか？小林さん。
国内だと、オフィシャルなアラムナイネットワークがあるのと、あと個人的なつながりもかなり強いかなとは思っていまして、私も前職の時にインシアドの卒業生が何人か自分の上司とか先輩でいまして、そういう人たちにいろいろとサポートを受けながら留学したというふうなこともあったりとか、あと、卒業後はですね、インシアドを受験したいとか、あと、ちょっと MBA そのもの行くかどうか考えてるみたいな人に対して、個人的にですね、ちょっとつながってアドバイスするみたいなところもあるので、一定のつながりはあるんじゃないかなと思います。ただ、インシアドに関しては、やっぱり国際的なアラムナイネットワークの方が強いかなというふうな印象がありまして、定期的に開催されるその、キャンパスでのアラムナイベントだったり、あとは、Zoom とかウェビナーみたいな形でかなり高頻度でアラムナイ向けの講義みたいなものが無料で配信されていたりとか、あと、私自身もですね、アラムナイとしてそのインシアドのファカルティメンバーに授業に関して少しアドバイスを求めることとかも今でもありますので、そういった意味では国際的なネットワークの方がより活発に動いているかなというふうな印象があります。
はい、ありがとうございます。ですね、もう時間も実は超えていまして、私からの質問は、もう、これで、終わりにしたいと思います。本日は、パネリスト皆様に、本当にありがとうございます。面白い話をいただいて、で、今後はですね、この Zoom の同じセッションで、いくつかの、フランスのビジネススクールの、紹介があります。本日このパネルに、ご参加いただいた、周東さんと、上田さん、に、在籍していたEDHECと、槍田さんが、行かれた、アッシュセイと、ルジョルさんが、ウェンビエで行っていた、トゥールーズビジネススクールの、紹介もありますので、興味がある方はMBA に限らず他のプログラムもご紹介されるので、ぜひ引き続きご参加いただければと思います。これからは10分ぐらいの休憩があって、16時から、トゥールーズビジネススクールのプレゼンテーションから、その学校のプレゼンテーションが始まりますので、よろしくお願いいたしました。少し、休憩をしましょう。パネリストの皆様、本当にありがとうございました。はい、お疲れ様でし
ありがとうございま
た。
した。
ありがとうございました。
で、そうしましたらですね、トゥールーズビジネススクールの担当者に、移っ っていただきたいのですが、大丈夫でしょうか、クラリスさん。Clarice, are you ready for the presentation?
Yeah, I will start the presentation. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. 皆様、こんにちは。ウェビナーのご参加いただきありがとうございます。TBS の国際入学とプロモーションのコーディネーターのクラリス・ギラドと申します。まずは学校と MBA プログラムを紹介したいと思います。最後に他のマスタープログラムを簡単に説明いたします。それではこれから英語で。As I said, my name is Clarice Guirado, and I will be presenting this webinar with two people. So first, Ghislaine Sanchez-Martin, which is the Global Executive MBA Program Manager. So she's with us.
My name is Ghislaine Sanchez-Martin, and I'm a program manager for the Global Executive MBA of the Toulouse Business School. I'm going to take you through my presentation. Okay, so here we go. First of all, I'd like to thank profusely Campus France Japan for organizing all this, and I'd like to thank you all for your attention during this presentation. So the Global Executive MBA, what is it all about? When we organize it face-to-face. We also organize it online, and particularly now with the pandemic, it's more online, let's put it this way. It's a national diploma, but it's also an international diploma. You get lots of academic grounds, and it takes you to your next professional level. We also touch base on different industries, but also services. We are also present in different sectors, which I'll take you through later on, to give you access to more functional jobs. It will give you a global vision, hence the name Global Executive MBA, but it will also give you access to specialized tracks. So, but TBS is not only a diploma, TBS is also its city, Toulouse Business School. You may not know well Toulouse because the city in the southwest of France is not Paris, as you can see on the map. And Toulouse is really one of the top cities where people in France and outside of France wish to live in, because it's really not far from the seaside, it's not far from the Mediterranean Sea, not far from the ocean, and you've got a beautiful countryside and also access to mountains if you want to go hiking or skiing. The population of Toulouse the city center is about 500,000 people, inhabitants. And if you count the urban area, it will go up to 1 million. And why so many people? Because it's the heart, really the heart of the aeronautics industry and the space industry. Now, the Toulouse Business School is not just a place on a map, a spot on a map. It's a school that was founded many, many years ago, almost a century ago, in 1902. And today we have 107 professors, teachers. 40% of those are internationally trained. We also have 60 affiliated professors, 45 visiting professors, and we prepare our students to double degrees with the major big schools of France, which are named here: INSA, ENAC, Sciences Po, Toulouse, Mines, Albi, etc., etc. And we're also present in 4 campuses, one in Toulouse, obviously, one in Barcelona, one in Casablanca, and one in Paris. And we organize courses, obviously, in all these campuses. We also have different partnerships, lots of them, 190 to be precise, with international universities all around the world. We also prepare 22 international double degrees, and amongst all the students we have, almost all the people frequenting our school, we have over 80 nationalities, citizenships on the various campuses that we have. And as you can see, all the little spots there. And that's very, very important to us, because when you join the Toulouse Business School, you don't just join a school, you don't just join a place, you join also a huge network of 45,000 alumni in the whole world. And you can see all the little dots here on the world map. At the moment, we have 5,500 students, amongst which 22, oh, sorry, excuse me, it went too fast, amongst which 23% are international. We have 2,000 executive educational programs, and throughout the years, we train 70% of people. We have 20% of people who found a job abroad, 35% of executives, and 15% turned out to become CEOs or HR top managers. Now, as you've seen the benefits that were presented by Pierre Tomelin, so I'm not going to go through this. I'll go straight on to what the Global Executive Program is. So the Global Executive MBA totals a number of 510 hours, and it spans over a year time. And it is composed of 240 hours of core modules. And I'll give you the details later on. Then you'll have a leadership module of 60 hours, specialized tracks, as I mentioned before, of 120 hours, and process workshops for 90 hours. Now, with this Global Executive MBA, you can prepare yourself to 2 different tracks. So you can validate either an aerospace MBA or a strategic management MBA. So on this slide, what you can see is the aerospace MBA. Once you've been through the core modules, you will be given the opportunity to choose 2 specialized tracks and 2 process workshops, which are identified here in yellow. So you can pick amongst all those tracks to aerospace value chain, for instance, AI and big data. You can also pick aviation management, space business and applications, digital transformation, and cybersecurity. Now, when it's time for you to go through the process workshops, you'll have a choice of 3 workshops: smart cities, how to manage in the aviation industry, and new managerial practices and startup management. Now, if, for instance, you're more interested in validating a strategic management course, then you go through the exactly same exercise, but the choice will be slightly different. You'll have to pick for the specialized tracks amongst AI and big data, management consulting. You've got 2 different management consulting courses. You've got company creation, because some of you may want to start a company. You may want to study sales intelligence and become a wonderful salesperson like Pierre Tomelin. Or you can pick innovation management, digital transformation, cybersecurity, or company takeover, if you want to take over a company. Then when it's down to process workshops, you'll have a choice of 2, smart cities and new managerial practices and startup management. So here is for an overview of the Global Executive MBA. Now, I've just taken you through the specialized tracks and process workshops, but at the very beginning of your course, you go through core modules. So during the first week, which we call inboarding, you'll be taken through the research and methodology in management. So here you'll be given all the tools so that you can prepare yourself for the beginning of your journey with TBS. Then you'll have a core module. The first core module will teach you corporate and business strategy. Then you'll have a core module of finance and value management, then strategic marketing development, then HR, then managerial economics and decision making, then supply chain and operations efficiency. And to finish it up, you'll have hot topics in management where you'll be taught business models, lean management, legal, ethics and compliance. So a variety of courses that you wouldn't have had before. Then, well, I'm not going to comment upon all these the specialized tracks and process workshops because I've already told you about it, and you'll have the opportunity later on to ask me questions if you will, obviously. Now, how is this organized? The core modules are organized over a 30-hour period. So it will last for a month. It starts on a Monday, on a Tuesday, and on a Thursday. So we have different time frames because we have students coming from all over the world, and we provide our courses in either French or English. So when you start with TBS, you just decide which language you will pick right from the beginning. And if, for instance, you decide to take your course in French, your course will start from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. and in English from 2 to 4:30 p.m. so that we can accommodate lots of people around the planet. And every course lasts for 2 hours and a half on a path of 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and over a month's time. Now, the training sessions, as I said, last for 30 hours. And during this month, you have a minimum of 12 and a half hours of TBS teachers. One teacher, for instance, if we take as an example, a finance course, just to pick one randomly, the module leader will organize all his course with all the teachers that he finds suitable for this time. So we will have part-time lecturers for 17 hours and a half. As I said, the course is repeated twice. So either beginning of the afternoon for the English cohort or in the evening for the French cohort. All the core modules, all of them, whether it's finance, marketing, strategy, etc., everything is structured in exactly the same way in terms of hours, in terms of assessment, in terms of everything. It's identical. You will follow your course online, particularly now, and the delegates, and that's a very, very important part for us, is that we have a learning community facilitator. So the students are never on their own. You will always have somebody online with you to hold your hand, if I may use that expression. And if you have questions, your questions will always be answered, thanks to this learning community facilitator. And that takes me to a point that is really, really important for the Toulouse Business School, is that we hold this accreditation, this stamp for digital Grandes Écoles, which we obtained back in 2019. So we are really, really, really used to providing courses online, not just online, but I have to insist on that point. So when we provide courses online, we hold quite a long-standing experience on that. Now, obviously, as an interested student, you might have questions about the grading policy. So yes, the grading policy is fairly simple. At the end of each core module, you obtain 1 mark per individual work. You have a questionnaire as well. So you'll do a business case study in groups, and you'll have a mark for the group, so the collaborative case. And you'll also have an individual mark through a questionnaire. You have to provide us with reading sheets, 3 over the year. 2 will be linked to books that you will choose. You'll be guided in your choice if necessary. And you have to go through an executive project as well, which is an exercise that is done in a group. So you also have to find a topic that makes sense for you, and eventually choose your working partners amongst the group. Then, as I said, you'll go through the specialized track. So you'll pick the track that is of interest to you. And exactly the same exercise for the process workshops. You'll go through your process workshop, you'll work in a group, and you'll get a mark. And at the end of your Global Executive MBA, of course, you'll have to work on a professional thesis and defend it in front of a jury. So this, this calendar shows you that, as I presented so far, the program spans over a year time, so 12 months, until the end of it, the closure of it with the professional thesis. You have 9 months of lectures, process workshops and specialized tracks. Then you'll meet during the inboarding, but also the outboarding week where it will be done online or face-to-face. That, again, I have to say, it will depend on strongly on the pandemic, as everybody can expect. Now, in terms of recruitment process, you may have questions about that. The prerequisites are fairly simple. You have a minimum of 3 years postgraduate experience, which corresponds more or less to the A-level plus 3 years of study, and at least 5 years of working experience. In terms of fees, 28,000 euros. I've put the equivalent in Japanese yen. If you self-finance it, and it's slightly more if you are sponsored by a company. That happens quite regularly. So if your company is interested, I would strongly suggest that you have a word with them. A deposit of 3,500 euros is also required. So this is really the basic for the recruitment process. Once you've connected online and you've been in touch with our teams, you obviously have to go through an oral presentation of yourself with a program manager, could be myself or my colleagues. So the whole Global Executive MBA will be there for you to assess your level and see if you qualify for the Global Executive MBA. I'd like now to present you the team. Our academic director, Dr. Jacques Digou. You can find his contact details there. You'll have Anne Duclos and Julie Gefi on the right-hand side of your screen, which are a wonderful team of assistants. Then at the bottom of my slide, you have Natalia Cavaggi, who's our community facilitator, and believe me, she's extraordinary. She will hold your hand like a mother. And then program manager Laurent Besson, who's actually our new pedagogic director, and myself, Ghislaine Sanchez-Martin, as a program manager at your service. So the only word that I know again in Japanese, and forgive me for that, is domo arigato. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay. So I'm going to present you very briefly two of our main master programs that we have, apart from the MBA, in case you don't have yet the prerequisite for the executive MBA. So I will start with the Programme d'école, which is kind of famous in France for all business schools. For this program, so this is a 2-year program that you can start in Toulouse and Barcelona. As my colleague Ghislaine said, we have different campuses, so you can start in Barcelona also if you want. So the first year you will see management applied to different fields, such as HR, marketing, finance, all the different courses that you also saw through the MBA program. And so it will give you all the basic knowledge to choose one specialization and to specialize during the second year. So the second year is really important because it can give you a double degree, because you will have a choice of more than 100 specializations. Some of them will be MSc programs. Some of them will be double degree with partner universities or schools in France or abroad. We have partners a little bit everywhere in the world, so that's also interesting for you. So this is why I said whatever specialization you take during the second year, it will give you a double degree. And among all these specialization, we also have supply chain, big data, marketing, finance, a little bit the same courses as for for the MBA, but it will be more for junior profile, not senior profile. And of course, we have also aviation management, because Toulouse is the European capital city of aerospace, with the headquarters of Airbus in Toulouse. So we have this kind of courses in all our programs, from bachelor to master to MBA. I would say that the main advantage of this program is the double degree. This program is recognized by the French government and French universities. So if you want to keep going and do a PhD later or doctorate, that will be possible. You can switch the campus from one year to another, and you can switch the language also. So if you want to study your last year in French, that's possible. Of course, you need to have the level in French to do it, but that will be possible. And at the end of each year, as you can see, you have you must do an internship. So that could be an option for you if you feel that you don't have enough experience or enough academic background to do your MBA yet. That could be an option for you to do this program. So to apply, you need an English test score. Exceptionally, because of the COVID-19 this year, the GMAT and GRE is not required. So only an English level, and we will check very, very carefully your grade transcript. That's really important for us, that you have a good grade transcript to compensate the fact that you don't have a GMAT or GRE. And so you need to be under 28 years old, but if you are under 30, that could be also okay, depending on your CV, your motivation, and your grade transcript. We can do an exception. We also have a program in French. So if you choose the French track, of course you will need to provide a French level equivalent to B2. So the tuition fees are 28,600 euros for both years, so 14,300 euros per year. And the admission process is really easy. You just go online, you upload all your documents online. The interview will be done online, and you will get your result within 10 days, 1 week. So it's really quick, very easy. So that was the presentation for the Master in Management, a 2-year program. We also have, if you prefer, you can go directly and do the specialization, which is only 1 year. We call them the Master of Science. And so for this program, so as I said, it's only a 12-month program. You will have 8 months of courses, and then followed by a master thesis, 4 to 6 months master thesis. And if you want, you can do an internship. It's not mandatory, but it's always better to do an internship. So yeah, if you want to specialize in a specific field, that could be interesting, because it's only 1 year, and you will see different things during the program. So these are we have approximately 15 different MSc programs, but these are the most important ones. Let's say the most attractive program we have. So of course, aerospace management, but we also have big data, artificial intelligence, business analytics, marketing. You saw all these courses and specialization also during the MBA presentation. So if you don't have a lot of experience in this field, that could be a good way to start and have experience in this different field. We have courses in Toulouse and Paris, but we also have courses in Barcelona, if you want, or Casablanca. But the one in France are here. These different MSc programs are all recognized by the CGE, La Conférence des Grandes Écoles, which means that at the end of your 12 months program, if you want, you can ask for a working visa and stay for an extra year in France to find a job. So that's also interesting for you if you want to try and have a career in France. That could be interesting to select one of the CGE program to have a chance to stay for an extra year in France. For the MSc program, you need to have a 4-year bachelor degree. If you choose the one in English, you need an English test score. And if you want to select one of our bilingual programs, because we have bilingual programs also, 50% French, 50% in English, then you need to provide a French test and an English test. So the tuition fees for the program start at 17,000 euros for the year, maximum 18,500 euros. Some programs are a little bit more expensive because they include international certifications. So that's why it's a little bit different. So yeah, if you have more questions about this MSc program or Master in Management program, feel free to contact the international admission team. If you have questions,
please do not hesitate if you have any questions.
Yeah, there is a question. Actually, my working experience is 3 years.
Okay.
So someone is asking in the question if with a 3-year work experience, it's possible to apply for the program.
We have actually. Thank you very much for your question. We have made exceptions. It really depends on the cursus, on the professional track and academic track of the person. So we really take a very close look at all the applications that we get, so we can make an enlightened choice. I would tend to think that you can try it. You can try it and you'll see how it goes. But I would be more than confident that after the study of your CV and your working experience, in any case, an answer will be provided to you. Don't worry.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna present you quickly some masters, and if you have questions, you can ask in the chat. I will just present you very quickly some masters we have that are not MBAs, in case you feel like you are not ready yet to do the MBA because you are too young or you don't have enough experience. So here are some masters that we have that may help you later to do an MBA when you will have more work experience. So I'm going to share my screen. So I'm going to present you very briefly two of our main master programs that we have, apart from the MBA, in case you don't have yet the prerequisite for the executive MBA. I will start with the Programme Grande École, which is kind of famous in France for all business schools. For this program, so this is a 2-year program that you can start in Toulouse and Barcelona. As my colleague Ghislaine said, we have different campuses, so you can start in Barcelona also if you want. So the first year you will see management applied to different fields, such as HR, marketing, finance, all the different courses that you also saw through the MBA program. And so it will give you all the basic knowledge to choose one specialization and to specialize during the second year. So the second year is really important because it can give you a double degree, because you will have a choice of more than 100 specializations. Some of them will be MSc programs, some of them will be double degree with partner universities or schools in France or abroad. We have partners a little bit everywhere in the world, so that's also interesting for you. So this is why I said whatever specialization you take during the second year, it will give you a double degree. And among all these specialization, we also have supply chain, big data, marketing, finance, a little bit the same courses as for the MBA, but it will be more for junior profile, not senior profile. And of course, we have also aviation management, because Toulouse is the European capital city of of aerospace with the headquarters of Airbus in Toulouse. So we have this kind of courses in all our programs, from bachelor to master to MBA. I would say that the main advantage of this program is the double degree. This program is recognized by the French government and French universities. So if you want to keep going and do a PhD later or doctorate, that will be possible. You can switch the campus from one year to another, and you can switch the language also. So if you want to study your last year in French, that's possible. Of course, you need to have the level in French to do it, but that will be possible. And at the end of each year, as you can see, you have you must do an internship. So that could be an option for you if you feel that you don't have enough experience or enough academic background to do your MBA yet. That could be an option for you to do this program. To apply, you need an English test score. Exceptionally, because of the COVID-19 this year, the GMAT and GRE is not required. So only an English level, and we will check very, very carefully your grade transcript. That's really important for us, that you have good grade transcript to compensate the fact that you don't have a GMAT or GRE. And so you need to be under 28 years old, but if you are under 30, that could be also okay, depending on your CV, your motivation, and your grade transcript. We can do an exception. We also have a program in French. So if you choose the French track, of course you will need to provide a French level equivalent to B2. So the tuition fees are 28,600 euros for both years, so 14,300 euros per year. And the admission process is really easy. You just go online, you upload all your documents online. The interview will be done online, and you will get your result within 10 days, 1 week. So it's really quick, very easy. So that was the presentation for the Master in Management, a 2-year program. We also have, if you prefer, you can go directly and do the specialization, which is only 1 year. We call them the Master of Science. And so for this program, so as I said, it's only a 12-month program. You will have 8 months of courses, and then followed by a master thesis, 4 to 6 months master thesis. And if you want, you can do an internship. It's not mandatory, but it's always better to do an internship. So yeah, if you want to specialize in a specific field, that could be interesting because it's only 1 year, and you will see different things during the program. So these are we have approximately 15 different MSc programs, but these are the most important ones. Let's say the most attractive program we have. So of course, aerospace management, but we also have big data, artificial intelligence, business analytics, marketing. You saw all these courses and specialization also during the MBA presentation. So if you don't have a lot of experience in this field, that could be a good way to start and have experience in this different field. We have courses in Toulouse and Paris, but we also have courses in Barcelona, if you want, or Casablanca. But the one in France are here. These different MSc programs are all recognized by the CGE, La Conférence des Grandes Écoles, which means that at the end of your 12 months program, if you want, you can ask for a working visa and stay for an extra year in France to find a job. So that's also interesting for you if you want to try and have a career in France. That could be interesting to select one of the CGE program to have a chance to stay for an extra year in France. For the MSc program, you need to have a 4-year bachelor degree. If you choose the one in English, you need an English test score. And if you want to select one of our bilingual programs, because we have bilingual programs also, 50% French, 50% in English, then you need to provide a French test and an English test. So the tuition fees for the program start at 17,000 euros for the year, maximum 18,500 euros. Some programs are a little bit more expensive because they include international certifications. So that's why it's a little bit different. So yeah, if you have more questions about this MSc program or Master in Management program, feel free to contact the international admission team. If you have questions, we have different programs at TBS, so don't hesitate to go through our website. You will find more information about the MBA, about the Master in Management, the MSc. You will find also all our contacts if you need it through our website. You can find syllabus also on the website if you need it. So really, I advise you to have a look on our website. Please contact us back if you have any questions. Any of our team will be very, very happy to answer all your questions. And if you need, we can also call you or organize a Zoom meeting with you or Skype meeting. We are here for you. The whole team is here for you. Our presentation is now done. Do you have any questions about the school or one of our programs or anything? Yeah, if you don't have questions now, so thank you very much. As I said, if in 5 minutes, finally you have a questions in mind, don't hesitate to contact us. We will answer you by email. So thank you everyone. Thank you Campus France for this opportunity. Thank you Thomas, Ghislaine, and everyone for your participation, and hope to see one of you maybe in Toulouse in September. We will be very happy to see you.
Thank you very much, Clarisse, and everyone. それでは、KEDGEビジネススクールの、担当者の、ジールとセバスチャンさんにこれからプレゼンテーションを行っていただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。Sebastian, Gilles, it's up to you. You can start anytime you want. Make sure you open your mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I don't speak any Japanese, so I will not be the main speaker. So I will give the mic to Gilles. Okay, but basically, very briefly to present myself, I'm in charge of all the admissions for executive programs at KEDGE Business School. Gilles, the floor is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me, everybody? Is it working? Yeah. So, 皆さん、日本の友達、こんにちは。I won't get any further with Japanese. Today, I'll be speaking in English with you. And I'm very glad to have this opportunity to meet Japanese student or Japanese people interested with our school. Now I'm trying to share my my screen with the proper. Okay, I hope everybody can see the presentation now. Okay. So we are KEDGE Business School. Basically, our school is the result of a merger which happened 7 years back, and this merger is mainly settled down south region in France, as the Business School of Bordeaux and the Business School of Marseille happen to merge and become one big entity. And then after this merger came another smaller merger with Toulouse Business School also. And then we also had chance to create a school in Paris, which is getting bigger and bigger now. And so let me give you a little bit of timeline perspective on KEDGE Business School. As you understood, you had two main entities coming from South region, the big city of South region, which are Marseille and Bordeaux. As for Marseille, this business school is one of the oldest in France, as it has been created in 1872, which means in a year to come we'll have chance to celebrate the 150 years creation of this Marseille entity. And then here, this timeline here also give you all the different evolution that happens to this very school with different name. It has in history, the latest before the merger was Euromed Management. So several fair has been done in Japan and East Asia with this very name before it became the KEDGE Business School, this bigger entity. And as you see, the fact that we are all historically to say is not only interesting for the historical point. It means that also at the back of this school, you have a very consistent business network, which come traditionally from the region in the extended definition of the region, and then it's the case for Marseille, and then it's also the case for Bordeaux. As you see, Bordeaux also happens to be one of the oldest created in France, because creation goes back to 1873, which means that we'll be also quickly getting to the 150 years of creation of this school. And then the same as I was mentioning for Marseille, of course, you have also this very sound business network, which comes with as a main feature of our school. And then you can also find this throughout the strengths we have in apprenticeship involvement in education that the school tend to have. Nowadays, the school is training more than 2,100 students with apprenticeship system, which means apprenticeships in the French definition of it means that at the level of MSc, so after bachelor level, but also from bachelor level on, we have also a couple of students that are already in this system, but after bachelor level on, we have more than 2,000 people that are in apprenticeships, which means that they have full sponsorship for their full sponsorship for their tuition fees, which is totally paid by a company in France, and then they are working on alternative type of class, with 1 week in a school and 3 weeks in a company. And then this is a very big number figure in terms of apprenticeship for French school, which comes, of course, as a main also asset we have with this strong link we have with the different regions, South region business network, but in the also you can say with French business network at large and or European company. So this is something that is also to probably to be understood very clearly with KEDGE. So the name of the school from Bordeaux was BEM, Bordeaux École de Management. Before it came KEDGE, before we got to this new school. With a new dimension, and then also this new page in school history from south of France. If you have to get a little bit of understanding of what it means in terms of figure, as you can see, turnover for KEDGE nowadays is more than 120 million a year turnover, and of course it comes with nowadays a number of students that is getting close to 15,000 students studying at KEDGE. We have close to also 100 full-time teachers hired in the different KEDGE school. We also have a lot of international partners that we are making different type of exchange and different type of pedagogical and academic relation. So it's close to 300 of them with, I mean, really main school for the different region of the world. And then this also is important to see nowadays the ambition, the international that KEDGE is demonstrating for its development. We have, of course, a lot of management program. We have management program in full time, like main programs. About 20 of different of those programs, and then another 15 programs also or more. But Sebastian will be able to elaborate more on that, maybe, which come in professional training, not full-time, part-time professional training. And then, of course, as I said, for France, we have already 4 main campus, which are in Bordeaux, Marseille, Paris, as I mentioned, and also Toulouse. We have associate campus also in France, in different southern city. Like Avignon, Bayonne, Bastia, and also we have international campus. We have one in East Asia, based in China, Suzhou, so in mainland China, and where we have a special status because in Suzhou. We are so-called IESEG, which comes as very high level of pedagogical bilateral relation. It is not an average partnership. This is really state-to-state, close to say type of partnership, which comes with very important also flow of exchanges in terms of students coming to our campus. It's about between 150 to 300 of them, depending on the year, which are coming just only for this special Institut Français en Chine, IFC relation. And of course, also after that, we are enrolling a lot of Asian students from different parts of Asia, or pretty much all the main country from Asia also. I was mentioning about the campus, international campus. I shouldn't forget the very strong focus we have on sub-Saharan Africa, where we have nowadays 2 associate campus of the name of BEM. As you remember, BEM was this very name that was Bordeaux's École de Management name. It goes back to the time of Bordeaux international relation, when 15 years back, Bordeaux started to launch this campus in Dakar first, Dakar, Senegal, so West Africa. So there, this campus became bigger and bigger, and nowadays it ranks very high, as it ranks first in West Africa for business schools. So this is very meaningful nowadays, very boomy area, the one of Sub-Saharan Africa, North also Africa is, and our involvement is strong. And then 1 year back, we happened to also create another campus in West Africa, based in Ivory Coast, in Abidjan. So the name of the one in Abidjan is also BEM Abidjan, and the one in Dakar is BEM Dakar, BEM. So keeping the same name than the Bordeaux's business school used to have. This is important. It really means that we are based south of France, but we are looking across the Mediterranean region. We are looking on the African continent. We are looking also toward Middle East. We are looking strongly also, and for a long time now, towards East Asia. Japan is one of our main focus also in terms of development. We definitely have a very, very big interest in attracting more good students from Japan. And we know that, of course, it's a lot of good students that potentially can also join our very good program we have. Then I will be also elaborating a little bit on those different programs. So if you have to define strategic area, of course, research for KEDGE is one very big focus. This does come as an obvious thing for a business school. Even high-ranking business school in France does not all have a very, very developed research centers. It's not the case for KEDGE. We also pay a great deal of attention to this, and we have several very strong center of expertise which get us to in the Shanghai ranking. I'm sure you heard about this Shanghai ranking. So in this Shanghai ranking, we are ranking second after INSEAD in terms of research for management. And then that's for us a very important point. Of course, those research centers are really at the back of different programs which tends to be quite renowned for our school. for France, and then drawing a lot of also interest from the business that I was explaining before with this apprenticeship system, and then a lot of demand coming from this business for our students trained in those programs of expertise we have. And then, of course, at the back of this at the back of those programs, you have this those very research center, which tend to put KEDGE in a special position for a business school, to say. Of course, teaching methods also are very important. We tend to be innovative and creative. A lot of business schools, good business schools now in France, are also basically trying to be innovative in this regard, and then so we just also are keeping the same keeping the same steps, and then try to definitely put up some very innovative, interesting, and then also creative new way of teaching. The 2020 sanitary situation also did a lot also in terms of innovation for all the schools in France, all the university. Of course, it was the same for us. We had to adjust. We had to make it in a very swiftly. Hopefully, a lot of those preparation were done beforehand, and then it could be enhanced in overnight. And nowadays, it also for us a chance like to imagine what should be the education for the 10 years to come. And then it's a lot of interesting debate going on now within the school, and also between the different school entities in France to understand these challenges, and then to try to have the best response to this challenge. In international, I was talking about that, so I won't be elaborating more. Infrastructure and service, we have premium campus, I mean, gorgeous campus. I'm sure those who have chance like to come over will be just delighted to see the location in Marseille, which is premium location in a very green area next by the Mediterranean Sea. And in Bordeaux also we have a huge campus, very well equipped, and then equipment is a premium for both all of our campus in France, and then definitely it gives interesting environment context for you to study. Just here I'll go through quickly of undergrad offer. We have an offer in 3 years, which often is ranking first in France for this format. It was mainly in French. Now it tends also to get international, more and more English since second year that is offered, and quickly we'll have an offer also from English for this KEDGE Bachelor in English in 3 years. This KEDGE Bachelor is offering different campuses, as you see here: Bordeaux, Marseille is there, Toulouse is there, the associate campus in France with Bayonne, Bastia, sorry, Bastia and Avignon offer also this KEDGE Bachelor. We have a program in 4 years, which is fully English, and 4 years, it's a format really of English BBA type of program. This is based in Marseille. Often also this program is ranking very well, very high. This program, you have 2.5 years of 2.5 years of international exposure, which can come in exchange in another exchange in another school or international internship. Then we have a 5-year program, mainly which is also an international program, which comes with the Grandmaster. Grandmaster is this, as the previous presentation mentioned, this is a degree recognized by the state, by Ministry of Education, and which allows you to after that carry on with any PhD or other type of research studies that you may want to do with the public education system. Then we have the famous Master in Management that most of the best school, the good school that you'll have today will offer this Master of Management. Is also one important program, because it's part of the PG program. This those top schools, French top schools, PG programs, offering a different specialization. Most of the French people have to do a 2 years preparation before accessing the this program from the 3rd year on. But there is a special entry for the best profile, international profile, that can access from the 4th years and the 5th year of the program, which is the Master 1, Master 2. Of course, the degree is like the previous program, is also recognized by French education system. Maybe I'll jump directly to the different program that we are offering. Time is running fast, and then I want to leave a little bit of time to my colleague also to have his focus. I didn't mention it. I should have done it from the start. Sébastien Thébault is heading enrollment for the executive education, and then it will give you a focus on what we are offering in terms of executive MBA. So the different program, as you understood, we offer for the full-time MS or MSc are ranging from marketing, supply chain, wines and spirit, finance, health management, arts, creative industry, and some other type of program. As for marketing, we have one big program which is called marketing, which comes with 4 different specializations in the program: brand management, sales leadership and negotiation in B2B, and also the next one, which is communication and event management, and the last one, which is international marketing. This program, marketing, a very big program, is offering 3 campuses: Paris, Bordeaux, and Marseille. We have another big program, which is international business, the same way, offered in 3 big campuses. As for other program in marketing, we have 2 other programs in digital marketing, one which is MSc, so full English, another one which is in France, and which is an apprenticeship program. We have one program in procurement, MAI, which is very well known in the world. It tends to rank first in this specialization. This program comes as a reference in the US, in the American continent, or East Asia, when they are looking for international purchaser. Often they are in the announcement, they are mentioning like MAI or similar, which means we are a reference for this program. So I was another program is also the international sports and event management. We are also ranking very high internationally with this program, which was second in ranking. And then also there, it's very, it's one of our flagship program internationally. supply chain, we have two different programs. One which is focusing in industrial supply, and where we are already targeting more engineering type of profile, which is based in Bordeaux. It's called EASLEY Global Supply Chain. And we have another program which is really old also. The EASLEY program is 34 years old. Just to mention that some of our programs definitely have our piece of history by itself, okay? And then another in logistics and supply is international trade and logistics, which is a very old program also based in Marseille, focusing mainly on international trade and maritime. We're very well known for maritime. Those programs have a lot of partnership with the very big player of the sector in Europe. Of course, based in Bordeaux, we should have also a strong training center for wine, which is not called the KEDGE Wine School. And then within this KEDGE Wine School, we have different flagship programs. One is wine and spirit management. Another one, which has been launched 2 years back, is hospitality and wine management. And then this is done in partnership with very well-known Lausanne, École Hôtelière de Lausanne, that those interested with this sector have probably heard about. In finance, we have a set of offering different program, corporate finance based in Marseille, banking and finance based in Bordeaux, and audit based in Marseille also. But one program I should just a little bit stress upon here is the sustainable finance. This is a revisited finance approach. We are here in a very forward-looking type of program where sustainability is definitely in the core of the teaching, where you get the whole set of traditional financial teaching plus all the approach, which tends to be really now very important in terms of CSR. And getting more and more in the core of the reflection for all the big players in developed country when they are considering investment, when they are considering financial policy at large. And then this is a program really looking toward this direction, and then really looking the way finance will be constrained in the 20 years down the road. Okay, so art and creative industry program based in Paris also is very well known. And then we have a couple of different expertise also one in real estate and wealth management, very well known in France, focusing really for a very high standard profile, but mainly for European profile. And we have a risk management program which is based in Bordeaux, and also a quality management program based in Bordeaux. Those programs I just mentioned, all of them are apprenticeship program. It's not to say that apprenticeship is not for international students. The condition, as you understood probably, for most of those programs in apprenticeship that exist, I was mentioning the marketing, digital, and data just above. I was also mentioning the wealth management, the risk management, the quality management, but also those big programs I also talked about as global supply chain, international trade and logistics, international purchasing. They all exist in apprenticeship format for KEDGE. We have international students more and more that are also coming to those type of program. It's a matter of fact, you have to understand that by rule they have to have the international students who are interested to access those programs. They have to have 1 year residence in France, so as to be able to get this this apprenticeship, and then they can consider definitely joining those programs as long as they speak French, because of course those programs are chiefly in French. What else to be also today's presentation that should be done? Here is a view of campus of Bordeaux, and then another view of is it here? No, I guess we missed it. This is the view from the campus of Marseille. As you can see, a very interesting location. And I guess I'm done with the presentation. Anyone who wants this presentation also, of course, can have it. And I'll be, of course, happy to share it with everyone. I'll send here a couple of links.
Okay, so it's my turn. I will be very quick because we want to allow you to ask any questions you may have on our programs. Very briefly, I wanted to give you a quick focus on our executive MBA program and give you some basic information, especially for those who could be interested in a part-time executive program. This program is really for professionals. It's dedicated to professionals. Our participants are aged on average 43, 44. They have a minimum of 15 years of professional experience and at least 5 years of managerial experience. To complete this program, you can complete it on different campuses around the world, in Europe and in France in particular, obviously, Paris, Marseille, Bordeaux, also in Shanghai, in China, sorry. To complete this program, it will take you 65 days, okay, on campus. It usually takes, on average, in between 20 to 24 months. And it means 3 days on campus per month on average. But it's a very flexible program. 80% of our participants, they complete this program and keep their jobs at the same time. But the 20% remaining participants, they are usually in a transition period, or they are looking to develop their own business. So they can complete this program in a full-time, it's not really a full-time, but a fast-track program, which will take them in, let's say, 12 to 14 months, okay? This program is recognized and has been recognized globally for years. Last year, according to the Financial Times, we were ranked 41st in the world, and we were in the top 5 in France, to give you just a brief presentation. Gilles, if you could, please, next one. Just, yes, a very brief presentation of the profile of our participants. I mentioned about what the managerial experience, the average age of the participants last year. We welcome participants from all around the globe every year. It represents more or less around 30% on average of international students. Unfortunately, we only have a little bit more than 20% of female students, and we would be very happy to welcome more. Last year, to give you also a very concrete example, we had 26 different nationalities represented on our campuses in France, in particular. And they were coming from very different kind of backgrounds. They were working either in a startup, creation of a startup, or they were working for Fortune 500 companies. They work in different kind of industry, services. We also have people well, from everywhere. Diversity is a very, very strong point. And the last slide I wanted to share with you is the structure of this program. Basically, to complete this program, you will have to attend core courses, which will enable you to increase your knowledge, obviously, your management knowledge. You will have to attend workshops to enrich your experience, your business experience. And you will grow through coaching. You will be followed by an executive coach during the run of this program. And international experimentation will also be part of this program, because you will have to complete 3 seminars, at least 1 in France and 1 abroad, but it's usually mainly 2 abroad for participants in Europe. You can take these seminars in France, in Europe, as I said, in Asia, in Australia, in the US, and we also have some European alliances with other top business schools in Europe. I think I will stop there because I see the time running, and I want to allow the participants to ask any questions they may have. Okay, thanks. Obviously, if you don't have any question in mind right now, okay, keep hold of our names, or okay, and contact us via either LinkedIn or through the contact details of the school. We'll be very happy to help you out with the choice of the programs, and also assisting you in this in all the application process.
Okay, it looks like we don't have any more questions. So thank you very much to Zid and Sebastian for the presentations. And of course, if you have any other questions, we can send you the contacts of the school representatives anytime, so we can send them your questions. So don't hesitate. それではKEDGEビジネススクールの、ウェビナーが、これで終わりにさせていただきたいと思います。So Sebastian, thank you very much. And
thanks a lot, Fanny, for organizing everything.
You're welcome.
For helping out. And have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. You too.
And bye-bye.
皆さん、ありがとうございます。
それでは、今から IESEG の担当者に、はい、プレゼンテーションを始めて、いただきたいと思います。Nice to see you all, Marc, Guardan and Gassan. Very nice to meet you. So if you can put your mic on so you can start your presentation. The place is all yours.
Thank you, Fanny.
Okay, is it okay now?
Perfect, good.
Okay, you can see my screen as well?
Yes, we can see your screen too.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Marc Porto. I'm the head of IESEG office in Shanghai. So our office in Shanghai takes care of Japan, Korea, China, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, and that's it for our region. So today I'm delighted to have with me Professor Guardan de Kervillers, head of our marketing and sales department, as well as Professor Gassan Yacoub, our academic director for MBA in leadership and coding. I'm going to introduce you IESEG School of Management. Professor de Kervillers will talk about our international MBA, and Professor Yacoub will share on our MBA in leadership and coding. So choosing IESEG, it is choosing to go to Europe and more specifically France. And attending previous Campus France Japan presentations, you could probably hear about the advantages of our country and its education system specificities. So having the opportunity to speak with a large number of students from Asia every year, we know what are the main criteria you are looking at before making decision about your future education journey. So by listening to your future career goals, we are here to give you our best piece of advice on your plan and see what we can build together when you will be joining IESEG School of Management. So IESEG School of Management is a French Triple Crown Grande École. We are accredited by both EQUIS, ACSB, and AMBA. There are less than 1% of education institutions in the world that are Triple Crown like us. Our programs are also recognized by the Conférence des Grandes Écoles and by the French Ministry of Education. We have obtained also the maximum of 3 stars for the Bienvenue en France, Welcome to France label that represents all the services we offer to international students. So in France, There are about 200 business schools, 32 are Grande École, and only 14 are Triple Crown like us. We are a private, non-profit business school, and we are part of the largest private university in France, the Lille Catholic University. This makes us be different from the other business schools in France that have been, most of them, created by the Chamber of Commerce of their region. So the advantage is that you will have opportunity to share all the university-sized facilities in our Lille campus with more than 30,000 students studying in law, medicine, or even engineering schools. You can find us on several rankings, such as Financial Times, Curious World Ranking, Shanghai Ranking, and of course, also in the French ranking. So we are ranked number 7 within the French business schools for our Master in Management in the last Financial Times ranking. Our main strengths, besides the international aspects, the company network, and the placement opportunities, is our world-class research on the business and the management field. So EDHEC School of Management is one school with 2 campuses. All our programs for all the students are taught completely in English for both local and international students. So students have the opportunity to learn French for free, and we have more than 6,000 students, so half in Lille and half in Paris. Our choice is to offer an international experience on our French campuses, giving access to all what is the best in France. You know it probably: landscapes, cuisine, architecture, culture, romantic people at the heart of Western Europe. So our historical campus is in Lille. It is a European hub that was the European Capital of Culture in 2004, and also the World Design Capital in 2020. So it's the second youngest city in France, 4th largest. In Lille, our campus is located next to the Parc Vauban and just about 20 minutes from the main train station from Lille. It's also only 1 hour to go to Paris, 30 minutes to Brussels, 1 hour, 30 minutes to London, and less than 2 hours to Amsterdam, taking the high-speed train. Then Paris, everybody knows Paris, the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre Museum, Notre Dame Cathedral, Versailles Castle, Champs-Élysées, Roland Garros, Paris Saint-Germain. And Paris has been elected several times in a row as the best destination for abroad studies by international students in the QS ranking. You know as well that Paris will host Summer Olympic Games in 2024. It is a vibrant city that combines the French art de vivre with the best international facilities, standards, and connections. So our campus is located in the largest CBD in continental Europe. That is to say, Paris La Défense district. So this is a white-collar district, and more than 1,500 companies have their world or European headquarters located there. You probably know as well that following the Brexit, the European Banking Authority has moved from London to Paris. So our campus is located in the Grand Arche de la Défense, and you can see here a picture on the left down corner. And this is the most iconic building of the district. And since 2017, we have also a new building just located 200 meters away from the Grand Arche. It's the 8-story Promenade de l'Arche building that is just located about 5 minutes walk from the Grand Arche. And both our international MBA and MBA in leadership and coding are in our Paris campus. So we normally send and receive well beyond 1,200 students for academic exchange every year, but you know the current situation with the world pandemic. Choosing EDHEC means having the opportunity to be one of our alumni and also to benefit from the EDHEC network contacts and events. For example, just next week, we'll organize an event with 2 other schools here in Shanghai, in the Villa Basset, that is the residence of the consul, the French consul in Shanghai. So student life is also about meeting people outside of the class. You will have the opportunity to join one of the many associations run by our students, and we have more than 50. So our school has a high level of research with professors publishing regularly in highly recognized scientific reviews and we are happy to have two of them today with us. So this is a guarantee of the quality and accuracy of the teaching content. We have 4 centers of excellence and also a joint laboratory with the CNRS. So we are ranked number 2 in research in France. And our dean was telling me a couple of weeks ago that he was kind of excited because normally this year we shall become number 1 in France for research about business and management. So being international is anchored reality in our school that counts with more than 80% of foreign professors. We are a highly international school, and you could see it from our students, our professors, our international university network. We have students coming from more than 100 countries. We have about 300 partner universities in 70+ countries. We do student exchange, double degrees, visiting professors programs, joint research. And here you have some examples of our partners around the world. And in Japan, we have also 8 partner universities that you probably all know. We have a very strong company network, and all our students every year need to do compulsory internship. This is just one example of our focus on practical experience and learning by doing approach. So here are some examples of the companies that are collaborating with us in Shanghai office region by, for example, welcoming our students for internship, participating to our job fairs, both online and on site, sending us professionals to give lectures and presentations, sharing about their job, their sector, their company, their career, mentoring our students, organizing also with us case studies, team competitions, etc. So for all our programs, the placement is very high and very diverse according to the major and the program you will have followed in our school. So you can find more detailed information in our brochure and website about career and salaries after graduation, as well as functions and companies that are recruiting our students. So about our programs, we offer undergraduate programs as well as 1 or 2 years masters. We also receive students and professionals for dedicated summer programs and learning expeditions. And you can see we offer 2 MBAs. So we offer 11 MSc that are 1 year, 3 terms, 2 semesters of study plus 4 to 6 months internship, either in our Lille or Paris campus with an intake in September. Our MSc in International Business is proposed both in Paris and Lille campus for September intake and Lille campus for January intake. Our MBA in Leadership and Coding starts in October. So those are a series of specialized master programs with one ambition: to help you excel as you pursue your career path. All those programs are the answer to current companies' needs and are adapted every year in order to always train the best professionals on each specific business field. So probably you want to plan your future budget, moreover the tuition fees. So here are some useful information just for your reference. This can vary depending on your consumer habits and standards, of course. So this is for Lille. And this is for Paris, where our 2 MBAs are located. So IESEG offers many scholarships in the form of tuition fee waivers that can be up to 50% for the students who meet the various criteria on each case. So no separate application is needed, and decisions will be made during admission commission and released along with the admission decision. So admission and application process are very easy and entirely done online. For our IMBA and MBLC, you will have 1 interview with an admission officer and 1 interview with the program director, usually by Skype or by Teams, for example. So if you are thinking joining us for September 2021 intake, this is still possible. Finally, before leaving the floor to our two professors, a video that shows our students, our campuses, and some example of activities that illustrates the values and the culture of our school.
There is nothing so stable as change. It's behind every one of us, in every act, every thought, every breath, and every achievement. Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change, to know where to go, what paths to take, to become responsible and to understand everything that this implies. Because one change always leaves the way open for the establishment of others, and more changes, and more changes. We are all part of these changes together. A sense of compassionate collectiveness that will lead us towards a better world, creating a boundless drive that we'll be able to share, nourish, and spread. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. More than a mere engagement, it's a promise to learn, to create, to discover, and to understand how to make good choices tomorrow. So, as Gandhi said, let's be the change we wish to see in the world.
Okay, hello everyone. So first of all, my name is Gwarane de Kerviller. I'm an associate professor at IESEG on the Paris campus. A little bit about me, so I'm French. I graduated from EDHEC Business School, and then I did an MBA at Harvard Business School in the US. After Harvard, I stayed in the US for a few years to continue to work in marketing, then came back to France, did a PhD at Dauphine University on consumer behavior, and I'm now associate professor teaching to different audiences, including MBA students, especially luxury marketing and customer relationship management. So to continue with what Marc Porto has introduced more generally about ESEG, I will focus more in one of our programs, which is the International MBA program. So why did we develop this program, and who should apply to this program? We believe that this program is more particularly suitable for managers who have a high potential for global business leadership. Why? Because we develop a lot the leadership capacities and the international mindset. And the idea is after the MBA that participants have more opportunities so they will advance their career and broaden their scope. Two things that are important in terms of motivations to apply. One is the teaching way. So Marc Porto already mentioned some elements, but it's true that in the international MBA, it's particularly important in terms of pedagogical approach that we definitely combine theoretical understanding with professors who are really knowledgeable about their topic and who can probe really, I would say, deeply into their topic with practical experience in order to make sure that participants know how to apply in real life on business cases. I would say the main theoretical concepts that they would have acquired during the courses. And we also want to develop your own skills, right? So really make sure that not only you adjust the theory to practice, but you also see how your personal skills might help you be a better leader. So in terms of learning objective, we really want to equip the participants with an in-depth understanding of the current business context. So we also adjust our content depending on what's happening in the world, and we review our content I would say even more than on a yearly basis, given the speed of changes on the global world. We also want to make sure that participants build capabilities to excel in complex international settings. So taking into account the international and I would say culturally diverse perspective, both given the fact that our professors have come from different horizons, but also that the participants are very diverse and they work together to actually tackle complex business issues. and then to provide participants with the tools to develop their own skills, knowledge, and expertise. One thing about the program is that it's a full-time basis, and it consists of 2 consecutive semesters of courses, followed by a professional experience in order to apply further the theory. So why should you apply? So one key important element is that our international MBA is accredited by AMBA, as also Mark Porto was mentioning. The school has a triple accreditation, and so one of them comes from our MBA program accreditation. We have a strong focus on positive leadership. So we want to train responsible leaders who really want to have a positive impact in the world. In terms of learning experience, as was mentioning, our professors are really very expert in their domain. And also we mix faculty who have a research orientation with professionals who have a more managerial orientation, so that participants are exposed to different perspectives. And of course, we want the learning experience to be intensive, challenging, and engaging. So the idea is that during the time of your IMBA, you will be very busy, but that's also the objective is to learn a lot during a limited amount of time. We want to offer flexibility so that each participant can sort of create his or her own path during the MBA. So you will have access to a list of electives to choose from. You can choose to do French classes. And at the end of the program, you can choose to do an internship in a company. And I'll go back to that, but we will also help you to find an internship if this is what you want to do. You can also do a consulting project if you're more interested in that, or an entrepreneurial business or master thesis. So there are different options to personalize and customize your path in the IMBA program. And as I say, we also continuously update our content to take into account not only what's happening in the world, but also to integrate the feedbacks from the students every year. Pedagogical approach. So as I mentioned, in terms of faculty, it's a variety of profiles and expertise. So we really want to recruit the top experts in each domain to teach in the IMBA program, and a mix of professional and academic faculty. We really want to have a practical approach. So the idea is to use in all the courses, cases, real life examples, to also allow for a lot of interactions, because participants already have professional experience, so they can share their perspective, their own experience with other participants in the program. You will work on group projects also, so again, sharing your perspective with others. There will be a capstone project at the end of the IMBA, and a learning expeditions, which means that you will have opportunities to visit companies. It depends on the year. Sometimes it's in France, sometimes it can be also organized abroad. The idea is really at the end of the program to have this opportunity to talk directly to businessmen in order to better know what you would like to do after your MBA. We foster a lot of interactions in the classroom. As I said, it's also a key asset is the fact that you will be mixed with also highly talented participants from different regions in the world, from different functions within companies, from different types of companies, and that will really enable participants to learn from each other. And as I said, students are encouraged to draw from their professional experience and prior knowledge to enhance the learning of all the participants. The career coaching, that's a very important component. As I say, a key reason to apply for our MBA program is to advance your career and to move to the next step at a quicker pace. For that, it's very important to have personalized career coaching. So we created a program called Talent Program. That is really, I would say, on the side of each participant all along the program. The idea is to help each participant to build a professional project, to reflect on your career orientation, what you did before, what you liked, what you disliked, what are your key strengths, weaknesses, your skills, what you would like to do, and to participate to workshops with career coaches to determine exactly what are your motivations, values, assets, and what you would like to do. And then you will have training from career coaches with individual meetings with HR and recruitment professionals in order to prepare you for your next career move. So you'll have mock interviews, job search tools, access to the alumni network, work on your personal branding with these specialized coaches. On top of that, you will have access to business conferences. So in partnership with our alumni association, EDHEC network, we will organize meetings between students and professionals from all industries during the program. They will introduce different functions, business sectors, companies, what's happening in the job market, again, to prepare you for the next career move. So the idea is to develop a strong connection with the professional world through this personalized coaching and guidance with small group workshops and interactions with corporate professionals. Networking. One key element of the program is this opportunity to network. So of course, to network within the program, so with the other classmates who will all have been selected based on their success so far in their career, based on their capacity to follow the program, to exchange, to be ambitious for their next career move. So the idea is already to network with the other participants. You will also have access to the former international MBA graduates and also to the EDHEC Alumni Association that has already more than 8,000 graduates in more than 100 countries. So the idea is that you can reach out to other alumni depending on which country, which business, which type of companies you're interested in, and you can just discuss with them and better know what they do and how they might help you get a job maybe at their company or within their industry. Some key facts about the program. So the academic background is pretty diverse. So again, that's also what is interesting, is that you have participants with an engineer background, others with more finance or accounting background, some with IT, some with international business and management. And that creates a real rich interaction within the classroom. On average, participants have about 7 years of professional experience. It's balanced in terms of gender, rich in terms of nationalities represented. And in terms of age, I would say that average is 30 years old. With a big chunk between 25 and 30 and another chunk between 30 and 35 years old. So again, the idea is that you already have an experience to build on, and then you accelerate your next career move after the MBA. So the MBA is situated in Paris. So as Marc was saying, there you can benefit from all the nice opportunities of the Parisian life, of course, outside of the classroom when you are done with the courses. Some elements about the courses. So here what you see is the detail of the different courses for the first semester. What I find interesting here is, as I was mentioning before, the idea to prepare you to become global leaders with, this strategic mindset in a changing environment. As you see, the models are really built to help you to develop this mindset, to become a positive leader with ethical business leadership, positive leadership and organization. Again, organizing for sustainable performance. This is very important, and leading for innovation. So you will have access to different areas of business to really understand different functions, and also to maybe be able to see what you are more particularly interested in and what fits your values and competencies. And then during the second semester, based on what you have learned and maybe where you see the best fits with who you are and who you want to be, you will be able to choose from a list of elective courses during the second semester. So I won't go through the whole list, but the idea is that there is a diversity to really allow you to focus. For instance, if you're particularly interested in finance, then you can take firm valuation, banking and financial markets. If you are more interested in, for instance, marketing, you can take more courses in consumer behavior or luxury marketing. So that's the idea. And then other components. So the last part is more, I would say, applied. So as I said, there is learning expedition, also some quantitative methods to make sure that you have all the necessary skills to follow all the quantitative courses, and a business simulation to apply the theory to practice. Support components, so you have access to French classes. It might be interesting if you want to stay in France and find a job in France afterwards. The talent program, so it's the career coaching. And then at the end, as I said, you have some flexibility to choose between directly going to an internship or directly going to a full-time position, or if you prefer to do a consulting project, an entrepreneurial project, if you have an idea of a startup, or a master thesis if you're more interested in research. I think, the last slide is an example of a student who agreed to share her profile, just to give you an example of one profile. So Vivian Nguyen, she was from Hong Kong. Before she joined our program, she was an engineer. She worked in CSR and sustainability in retail and luxury. Post IMBA, she stayed in France and in Paris. She first had an internship at Hermès, at a business analyst. So Hermès is a brand that I guess many of you know, so a well-known French luxury company. And then currently she's working in compliance and supply chain specialist at Cézanne. And Cézanne is also a well-known French fashion brand, also in Paris. So I thought it was interesting to share her experience and some pictures of her IMBA cohort before I pass the floor to Ghassan.
Yes, thank you, Guarlan. So now we are really delighted to have Ghassan to give you information about our very special program, MBA in Leadership and Coding, together with Le Wagon.
Good. I'm gonna just put full screen. Can you see the full screen? Yeah. Good. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Guarlan, for the presentation. I'm gonna be brief because I think we already presented the school, and the pedagogy is pretty really the same in both programs. Here, I'm very happy to present this other program, this other MBA, which is a more, let's say, more tech-oriented MBA, if I may say, because there is a coding part. It's not just management courses, it's a coding part for those who are interested. So that's why actually we have a nice portfolio of programs at ESEG, which actually combine this international MBA that Guarlan actually nicely presented. But this one, I'm going to present another type of MBA, which is more like between the tech and the business side for those who are interested in having more tech-oriented skills or even career, right? So very briefly, I'm going to present myself. So I'm a professor at ESEG Innovation Strategy. I'm also the academic director of this program. And I'm very happy to present this. Very quick background. So I have a background in innovation strategy, academic speaking. But before that, I've lived over 10 years in London, where I did my studies at Imperial College. Then I've worked in investment banking and strategy consulting for many years. So for this program, leading in changing world and coding the future of business. So the world is changing very fast, but as well, we have a lot of new businesses where they have to be coded. And this is kind of the beauty of actually merging the tech and the business aspect for this one. So this one is in partnership with Le Wagon, the wagon in English. It's what's the wagon? So already Mark talked about the EDHEC. I'm not going to talk about our rankings. I'm going to talk very quickly about the partnership we have with Le Wagon or Le Wagon. It's basically the most prestigious coding school in Europe, and they have a global footprint as well. So we have a global partnership with them, and it's a great program to be associated with them, with a very kind of leader in tech education and coding skills. So this program, 1 year, based in Paris, next intake September 21. It's a full-time program and 100% in English. Very quick highlights about the program. Then, for this program, it's a 1-year MBA in Paris. You need at least 3 years of work experience, and you're going to have, out of 500 hours of classes, 300, a bit more on management, and 200 hours of coding, which is a very nice, versatile set of skills that you'll be understanding the language of both business and tech. Okay. So why do this program? What's the point, right? I think first, I think this kind of rejoins as well the international MBA. The work is changing very fast. It's very volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, VUCA environment. And I think it's very important to get the right set of skills, but also in a very positive, responsible leadership, where actually EDHEC is really positioned and try to position the future manager and future leaders about. But at the same time, I think it's very important to acquire tech skills. Everything is becoming tech-enabled, tech-centered, tech-oriented. There's an increasing integration between business and tech in any business, not just in startups, but any classical businesses, even in traditional industries. And I think if you're interested in learning to align the business and tech aspect, I think there's a great opportunity in this program. If you're not that interested in tech, I think the IMBA is a great program as well. So just to distinguish between both programs. And I think, I'm not going to repeat the same points Mark and Warlan mentioned, is about, you're going to benefit from a top class faculty that are specifically, designed to teach these programs, and a very nice community. And really the point is for you to become a change maker, not just, have a degree. That's not the point of EDHEC. We want to recruit the top talent, right? And having joined a dynamic, inspiring global community. In this program, you join 2 communities, of course, the EDHEC alumni, but also the Wagon, Le Wagon alumni, which is a very nice, actually, alumni community as well. So let's talk a bit very briefly about the program. So as you would see, you have two sets of courses. On the right, on the top hand side, you have Learn to Lead. So basically, the EDHEC classes management. So a bit innovative classes like emerging tech, artificial intelligence, blockchain, fintech, that are really interesting and forward-looking. But at the same time, you will have to learn to code with programming fundamentals, software architecture, web development, developing web application. That's kind of in collaboration with the Wagon. At the same time, and similar to the IMBA, you have the chance to customize your program, either with the thesis, with the consulting project, with an internship, or with the business plan if you want to start your own startup, right? And you're going to have as well a learning expedition in one of global location. Hopefully COVID will be fine by next year. And even though I think in Europe, we can travel freely with the passport, health passport that will be implemented. So that's kind of the program. And these courses are actually designed in a way that makes sense. That's actually, there is a synthesis, not just, you do one course, you move to the next, etc., etc. So everything has been designed to make sense, pedagogically speaking, in a very interactive way as well. Right? There's always a bit of theory, of course, but at the end of the day, we're interested for you to actually learn and try to, make sense of this kind of business tech integration. And to give you a bit of, I don't know why I can't scroll anymore. Okay. So to give you a bit of that, so in any tech company, you actually have always a product manager, service manager, or even any company. But I think the ability in this program is to bridge the skills gap and to stand out from the rest. So you'll be able actually to really talk with the business people, like in sales and marketing and operation, but also with the developer, designers of applications at the tech side. And this is kind of, what we're trying to do, this integration between the business, tech, and management. Okay, I hope it's clear. I'm rushing a bit because I don't have a lot of time. So I hope I'm not rushing too much, and I'd like to leave some point of questions as well. Okay, so who are we looking for? Responsive professionals who have interest in management, technological innovation, entrepreneurial spirit, welcoming applications from diversity of background. And it's very important to tell you that coding is not required for admission. So you do not have to have a STEM background, a science or mathematical background or engineering background to apply for this program. Anyone is welcomed, and we welcome a diversity of programs. Only recommend at least 3 years of work experience because that's an MBA. Okay. So let's see if there's a right fit for you. If you're really interested by the blurred boundaries between business and tech, that's probably the right one for you. You're passionate about emerging technologies like digital transformation, artificial intelligence, everything that's happening around these topics. I think this is a quite nice program for you. And you're really curious to sharpen your leadership skill in an innovative, different way by bridging different skills. That's kind of interesting as well. And of course, it's a very nice learning journey, but that's also in line with the other program, International MBA, that ESEG can offer you. Okay, and this is a more challenging program because you will have a bit of 2-in-1, but this is not designed for everyone. That's why we have 2 nice MBAs, right? So you have to know which one is the right fit for you as well. Okay. So this one is in Paris. So we have a very nice facilities in Paris in the business district, as Mark mentioned. But also you will have learn actually in Le Wagon offices, which is in the center of Paris, which is a very nice, vibrant with restaurants, bars, tech, spirit, and the 11th district. Okay, so you will have 2 locations to go to, which is quite nice to have as well. Pure prospect. This is a very interesting one because you'll benefit from both schools, the ESEG and the Wagon, but also you will have the luxury of having more generalist and specialized role. If you want to market yourself as an MBA, you can because it's an MBA diploma. But also, if you want to market yourself as a more specialized in tech or some other aspect, you can as well because you learn a bit of coding and other aspect, which is really, really nice. But that's why you can have a bit more generalist role, but also more specialist roles like transformation, project management, digital strategy, consulting, etc. Okay, so a bit similar like the IMBA, but as well you have a bit of additional touch like the tech side, like Amazon, Google, but also in startups and many other things. Okay, so I think that's it from my side. I think I'm going to leave it for a few minutes. I rushed a bit, but I think if you have any questions, we have maybe 2-3 minutes to answer any questions you might have, and we're happy to do so. Otherwise, you can contact Mark. He shared his email address in the chat, and you can contact him, and he can answer any question you might have about ESEG and 2 programs that we've just talked about.
Yes, thank you very much, Ghassan. So actually, we got one question that I'm going to read on the Q&A, and I've answered already by typing. So the question was from Wakana Mayama, asking if engineer background could also join our MBAs. So of course, yes, we accept all backgrounds. For both our IMBA and MBA leadership and coding. And what is important is for you to have at least 3 years working experience. Usually the MBA candidates are looking either for career accelerator or career changer opportunities. So you can see that it's a step, one more step in your career. So whatever is your academic background for your bachelor degree doesn't count. And also just letting you know that in our school, GMAT is not compulsory to apply to our MBAs, but as you could see from our presentation, we do it in a positive way. So if you can get at least 620 for a GMAT score, you can have some discount in the tuition fee amount. So 620, it starts with 20% rebate. So we do it in a positive way. It's not compulsory, but of course, if you can get a good score, this will help you to join our MBA and also to get some scholarship.
One thing, Mark, that if I may just add, if you are hesitating, you're not sure which program is the best fit for you among the different programs that we offer, don't hesitate to send us the question, your CV, and we can also advise you on what we believe, given your track record and given your desires for the future. What could be the best program? So we can also help you there. Other questions?
Yeah, there are other questions, but I think Mark would be happy to answer your question, or even us, if you have any questions about the portfolio of programs that EDHEC that Coraline just mentioned. So
yes, don't hesitate. Actually, we used to organize also one-to-one talk, and you can book some time slot with us using Calendly. So when I will have the opportunity to send you our presentation on PDF format in the near future, I will also send you a link to our Calendly. So if you want to have a one-to-one talk with me, or then this will be possible. And of course, we are always happy to receive also your resume, and we can give you the options that are available in our school for your future studies.
Hi. Okay, one more question, Mark.
We just received a question. Okay, let me open. Thanks for your attractive presentation. So it's Rara Obayashi. What will you value significantly for the interview or CV, for example, passion? So perhaps I can leave Guerlain and also Gaston answer to this question, because they are the one also to make decision about the candidates. So perhaps Guerlain first.
Yes, so I think passion and motivation is key. So I think the success is also on your side. So what you want to make out of this program. So you also will sort of, make, I would say, the success of it. So I think motivation, and really think through why it makes sense for you to join our program now, and what difference will it make in the future is really important. We are convinced it will make a huge difference, but I think it's important that you also think through it before you make the decision to join us.
I agree with Guerlain as well. I think there may be, three questions that are easy to remember is why us, why you, so basically your project, your goal, what you're trying to achieve, and why you and us could be a good fit, right? So I think this is kind of the three kind of, overarching questions that can help, how your project is actually the best represented in our school and this program, and how we can help you achieve that. Because I think you're embarking on a project long-term, and we are one step in this project, and we would like to help you actually achieve your goals. So I think if you prepare that kind of logical flow and storyline, I think the best is have the storyline. Maybe it doesn't have to be very precise, because we can change plans, we can change careers. I think that's with the MBA, it can be a chance to change your idea. Maybe you wanted to do finance, then you will end up in marketing while you're having your course with Guerlain, right? So I think this is also an opportunity to be open-minded. During the MBA, it transform yourself to different things and open to change and to different topics. I think that's kind of one of the aspects as well that need to mention.
Okay, thank you, Gaston, Mark, and Guerlain. それでは、ESEG の、ウェビナーを終了したいと思います。3名の皆さんありがとうございました。
Thank you. Goodbye.
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 Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
これからはですね、もう一つのビジネススクール、EDHEC ビジネススクールの、プレゼンを行うことになります。 Yes, it seems good. You can just put the presentation in full screen, maybe?
Yep.
Oh, great.
OK。では皆様、改めまして、こんばんは。EDHEC ビジネススクール2018年9月に、グローバル MBA プログラムに入学して、2019年に卒業いたしました、周東雄大と申します。本日はお越しいただきましてありがとうございます。EDHEC ビジネススクールの概要について5分と、MBA プログラムについて10分、私の方から冒頭説明させていただきます。その後、マスターデグリーについては、ユティンの方から、BBA については、ミゲルの方から説明させていただきます。今回のプレゼンテーションで、EDHEC ビジネススクールのいろいろな部分が見えるかと思いますので、遠慮なく Q&A の方にご質問いただければと思います。英語、日本語どちらでも構いません。返答の方、英語で、ありましたら、私の方で簡単に日本語にも訳しますので、お好きな言語でお問い合わせいただければと思います。それではプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。まず、EDHECという学校は皆様にとってなかなか馴染みのない学校かと思います。ただその一方で質という点では皆様がよくご存知な学校にも引けを取らないという点を強調させていただきます。まず1点、このスライドには出ていないんですけれども、トリプルクラウンという称号をもらっている学校です。これは全世界のビジネススクールでも約 1% の学校にしか与えられていない称号です。アカデミックさというところはもちろん、環境、スタッフの質といったところを総合的に見て与えられる称号です。また、他のビジネススクールと比べて非常に古い学校でございますので、さまざまなコネクションを持っているという点は強調させていただきます。そんなですね、歴史のある学校でございますので、皆様がどこかで一度は聞いたことがある会社さんと非常に強いコネクションを持っているというところも強調させていただきます。インターンシップはもちろん、その後の転職活動でもやや有利に働くのではないかと思っております。で、ランキング等々の定量的な面に関してもご説明させていただきます。例えば皆様がよくご覧になるファイナンシャルタイムズであったり、エコノミストにおいても7位、8位という評価をいただいておりますし、バチェラーデグリーインフランスに関しましてはナンバーワンの称号を得ている学校でございます。知名度という点ではなかなか低いかもしれませんが、質であったり、こういったランキングというところから、またはカンパニーとのつながりという点から、EDHECの質の良さ、高さというところがなんとなくご理解いただけるかと思います。でキャンパスについては今回2つご説明します。リールというところ、パリからやや北に行って、電車、また飛行機等々で1時間ぐらい、ベルギーのブリュッセルにも電車で2、3時間、飛行機で1時間程度といったようなロケーションになっております。リールというキャンパスは非常にスチューデントオリエンティッドでございまして、学生を中心にしたシティとなっております。よくフランスに行くとなかなか英語が通じないんじゃないかと心配になる方いらっしゃるかと思いますが、その点リールは比較的英語も通じやすいですし、人々も生徒に優しいといったような特徴がございます。一方、ニースキャンパスというのもあります。先ほどの北のリールに対しまして南フランスのニースというキャンパスです。MBA のプログラムに入る方はここのニースキャンパスで過ごすことになります。ニースは日本人のイメージで言うとハワイやグアムといったような位置づけになっております。夏になるとヨーロッパの方々はこのニースに来てバカンスを過ごすといったような観光地、避暑地となっております。ロケーションとしましても南フランスなのでややイタリアに近いような気質もありますし、食生活も豊かではあります。で、EDHECのグローバルネットワークというものをこちらのスライドで説明いたします。約5万人以上のアルムナイとのネットワークというのもございますし、エクスチェンジまたは27デブルデグリーアグリーメンツというのも結んでおります。このようにですね、歴史のある学校かつさまざまなコネクションがあるというのは、会社間だけではなくてグローバルネットワークという点でもご理解いただけるかと思います。で合わせましてアカデミックパートナーシップとしまして、学術機関との、コネクションというのも非常に充実していて、エクスチェンジであったりとか、 学校の方に数ヶ月学びに行くということも可能になっております。こちらは MBA の学生もですね、夏の間、IE であるとか、スタンフォード等々に交換留学をするということも可能になっております。で、概要の最後になりますが、サービスとしていくつか強調させていただきます。まずはこちらのキャリアセンターというところです。こちらは日本でいう履歴書の書き方であったりとか、会社とのコネクションをどういうふうに持っていくか、持った後にどういうふうにアプローチしていくかといったところを徹底的にサポートしてくれるところでございます。もう一つ、スタディアブロードオフィスとインターナショナルスチューデントオフィスというところでは、フランスに来る前のビザ申請であったり、住宅の探し方、銀行の口座の作り方等々も徹底的にフォローしてくれますし、フランスに来てから何か問題があれば、ここのオフィスで対応してくれたい。でまた帰ってからも、いろいろな書類を取り寄せたりとかという点でサポートしていただけるオフィスになっております。私がこのサービスで非常に驚いたのは、日本と同じぐらい、もしくは日本以上に徹底したサービスというのが施されているというところは強調させてください。でまた、スチューデントクラブ、日本でいう部活動、またはサークルといったものもございますし、3インキュベーターズ、こちらの写真はパリのステーション F という、いわゆるアントレナプレシップを志している人たちが集まっている場所なんですけども、そこに実際に訪問して、起業の精神であったりとか、どういう起業のアイデアがあるのか、起業の背景は何かといったところを学ぶことができるようになっております。駆け足ではございましたが、EDHEC の概要について簡単に説明いたしました。これからは EDHEC のグローバル MBA について説明させていただきます。で何度も強調させていただいているとおり、MBA プログラムは NICE で行います。で、Truly Diverse というところに関しては次のスライドで説明させていただきますが、エクセプショナルなスタディロケーションというところで、NICE は誇れる点かと思います。非常に気候にも恵まれておりますし、食べ物であったりとか住むところ、ローカルな人々とのコミュニケーションという点でも、おそらく皆さんが想像しているよりもいいというふうに感じるのではないかと思います。この点、留学をした私が保証するところではあります。なかなか都市では、得られないような田舎の暮らしというところが一つ、ポイントかなと思います。基本的には10ヶ月のコースでございますが、8ヶ月であったり、最長16ヶ月といったことも可能になっております。詳しいカリキュラム等々は、次のスライド以降で説明させていただきます。で、EDHEC の MBA クラスプロフィールというところを説明させていただきます。まず、教授陣の経歴としては、平均8年以上の教鞭を振るっている知識であったり経験のある方々が集まっております。で、こういった方々は皆さんが知っているような欧米系の大学で教鞭を振るっていた、もしくは振るっている中でパートタイムで EDHEC に来てくれるといったような方々がありますので、アカデミックな質という点をこういった教授陣でも担保しているということがお分かりいただけるかと思います。で、クラスの平均年齢としては大体30歳前後で、男女比は4対6で、女性も半分近くいるという構成になっております。で、ここは強調させていただきたいです。大体1クラス60人の中で国籍としては30国籍に分かれると思います。いろいろな MBA のプログラムがある中で、ダイバーシティというのが一つキーワードとなっておりますが、EDHEC は名実ともにこの29 nationalities for 60 students というところを誇っている部分ではあります。この背景には、特定の地域、エリアでは何人までしか取らないというようなリクルーティングをしているというのが一つありますので、なかなか日本人で固まってしまうとかということは全くないというふうにお分かりいただけるかと思います。で、こちら EDHEC のグローバル MBA のカリキュラムの一覧になっております。次のスライドで時間軸も合わせて説明させていただきます。まず6ヶ月はみんな共通のストラテジックファウンデーションというのを勉強していただきます。でその後ですね、1ヶ月エレクティブス、選択科目を勉強する期間がございます。で選択科目の例としましてはこのようになっております。上段がややファイナンス寄りの勉強、またはリーガルといった勉強になっていて、下段がマーケティングであったりとか、分析といったところの科目になっております。でその後4月からはスペシャライゼーショントラック、4つのトラックから1つを選ぶ で、1ヶ月、勉強するというものがございます。こちらも後ほど説明します。で、卒業のプロジェクトとして MBA プロジェクトというものがございます。こちらも後のスライドで説明させていただきます。で、年間を通して EDHEC ではチームで何かアサインメントに対して成果を出す、発表するといったことがありますが、そのチームビルディングの中でリーダーシップであったりとか、パーソナルディベロップメントを図るために、フィードバックが定期的に行われます。チームのみんなから自分はどのように見られているのか、どういう点が改善すべきなのかというところは、なかなか日本の企業に勤めていたり、経歴を積めば積むほど、なかなか周りが指摘してくれないところを、ここのフィードバックで気づきを得られるという点は非常に有益なプログラムとなっております。合わせてキャリアスマートで、転職等々の支援をしていただけるというようなものが年間を通してのサポートになっております。で、こちらが MBA コースイズで基本的に学んでいただくものになります。その他の学校と比べて、ほぼ似たような科目を学びつつも、EDHEC はファイナンスが非常に強いというところと、リーダーシップに関しても特徴的なコースを揃えているという点は強調させていただきます。こういったファウンデーションを整えた後で、スペシャライゼーショントラック、4つのトラックから1つを選んでいただきます。デジタルイノベーション、アントレプレナーシップ、ファイナンス、そしてリーダーシップの4つです。私はこのデジタルイノベーションに参加して、パリの IBM、Facebook、Google といった IT 企業の中でどのようなデジタルイノベーションが起きて、それをビジネスに落とし込んでいるのか。特に IBM では実際の顧客に対してどのようなコンサルティングをしていくか、提案をしていくかというのを実地で学ばせていただきました。で、最後の2ヶ月の卒業プログラムとしては、基本的にコンサルティングプロジェクト、実際の企業からMBA の学生向けに案件が来て、1ヶ月半準備をして、企業の方にプレゼンをして評価していただくというものに参加していただく方が多いです。一方、私は会社からスポンサーシップをもらって EDHEC に行っておりましたので、会社に戻ってからの業務というのを想定して、ジョブレポートというのを書きました。でこれは、メンターを学校で1人選ばせてもらって、そのメンターと一緒に、例えばビジネスモデルを作ってみたり、市場分析をしてみたりといったようなジョブレポートです。もちろんインターンシップ、先ほどお見せしたような企業、プラスアルファでインターンシップをすることもできますし、インターナショナルアカデミックエクスチェンジというところで提携している大学機関との行って実際に学ぶということもできます。以上が EDHEC のグローバル MBA についての概要とでした。で、最後にアドミッションの方を説明させていただきます。毎月セレクションは行っておりますが、ベストタイムトゥアプライということで、9月から1月ぐらいがいいかなと考えております。この理由としては先ほど申し上げました通り、エリアや地域によって取る人数を限っているというところもありますので、早め早めの応募がきちっと出るかなと思います。要件としては他の学校とほぼほぼ変わりません。3年間の社会人経験があるかとか、あとは語学的なテストのスコアを満たしているかどうか、そこまでここは強調しないのですが、しっかりとコミュニケーションが取れるかというところをインタビュー等々で発揮できればと思います。で、スカラーシップに関しましてももちろんございます。最小で 20%、最大で 50% のスカラーシップがありますが、実施の方のみが対象になっております。一方で、スポンサーシップの方でも 5% のディダクションというのがあります。条件としては、EDHEC からオファーがあった際に3週間以内にそのオファーを認めていただいた方には、この 5% のスカラーシップがあるということを強調させていただきます。何かございましたら、こちらのコンタクト、日記の方にご連絡いただければと思います。では以上が、EDHEC の概要と、グローバル MBA について説明させていただきました。マスターディグリーについて UTIN の方から説明させていただきます。So UTIN, will you make a presentation about the master degree?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And now I'm going to share you my screen for our master programs. So can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Then go for the first slide. Okay, thank you. So my name is Yu Ting. I'm one of the international admissions managers for EDHEC master programs at EDHEC. I'm very happy here to give you the presentation about our at EDHEC, what type of master portfolio we are providing to our candidates. So first of all, I would like to mention that for EDHEC, basically we are providing two types of master. One is called Master in Management. One is called Master of Science. So Master in Management program, which I will start with this program first. It's a 2 academic year program with 1 gap year in the middle. And this type of program is actually designed for applicants with less work experience, like normally less than 4 years work experience to apply. Or basically, it will be more suitable for applicants who is still in the final year in the university, or they are just fresh graduates to apply. And if they have no academic background in management or they could be still applying if they have some professional or internship in relevant domains. So if you look at the structure of the Master in Management program, the first year we'll call it foundation year. So that's why we are, for this program, we're open to applicants with a more diverse background to apply. Because the first year that we have foundation courses either in finance or in management. Then the second year we call it immersion, professional immersion. We call it gap year as well. So this year is year 2. Our student will be required to do internship during the second year, or they can also do exchange during the 6th year in one of our partner universities around the world, which I believe Yuda has mentioned earlier in his presentation. And come to the last year, our students will be required to return from their internship or exchange to EDHEC to do their final year specialization. We call it a Master of Science program specialization. So our student will have to choose one of MSc program, which I will introduce later, as their final year specialization. So after 3 years, our student will acquire a degree in Master in Management, as well as a degree in Master of Science. And under Master in Management program, we have 3 different tracks. One is about management. As you can see, MIM. MIM is a short name for Master in Management, as you can see. The first track is Business Management, which taken place in our Lille campus. And the second track is Financial Economics, which is carried out in our Nice campus in the south of France. And the third one is called the GATE, Global Economics Technology Transformation, which taken place in 3 different continents. The first semester is in Paris, the second semester is in South Korea, and the final year is in UC Berkeley in HEC Paris school. And so this is the first program called the Master in Management. And for your information, compared with the MBA program, all our master programs actually they are pre-experience program. So basically they are designed for applicants with normally less than 4 years work experience to apply, because if we look at this program structure and the core modules and the curriculum, if you already have let's say more than 4 years work experience, probably our master program will not be very suitable for you, as the average of the program class profile would be around 23 years old. But nevertheless, if you have some work experience already, it's still okay to apply if it's less than 4 years. And if you wish to concentrate on a specific domain or to acquire some expertise in specific area, then maybe our Master of Science program could be a choice for you. This is a 1-year program, and it's also we also call it Advanced Master program. And the duration of the program could be 16 to 18 months. And the first the courses could start in September or July. As you can see here, we have the foundation online courses started in July for some selected students, mainly for our applicants or admitted students with a 3-year bachelor degree. So normally they start in July. Some of the four-year BA students could start in July as well. It mainly depends case by case, and the decision is made by our program directors and the selection committee. And the courses on campus start at the beginning of September, and it lasts through, it has 2 semesters. It lasts to the May in next year. And after the courses on campus, internship will be required. Then the internship is minimum, it will be 4 months. Normally it's 4 to 6 months internship after study on campus. And you can take a look at what type of Master of Science program we are offering. So first of all, like if you look at the Master of Science programs offered from our leader campus, and you can see the photo here. I think Rita already mentioned that it's a very beautiful and large campus in the north of France, and with well-equipped campus. And you can see we're offering Master of Science in Strategy, Organization, and Consulting, MSc in Marketing Management, MSc in Global Sustainable Business, etc., and Data Analytics, Entrepreneur, Law, Creative Business, and Social Innovation, etc. So most of the Master of Science program, they are really advanced master program. It requires our applicants either coming from relevant academic background or with some professional experience. And we also have a general Master of Science program called Master of Science in Management Studies. So this one is open to applicants without any business background to apply. For example, if you're coming from engineering or science background, it's okay to apply for this program. And if you look at another track for a Master of Science program offered from our Nice campus is mainly focused on finance. We have Master of Science in Financial Markets. For example, if you wish to do asset management in the future, so this is program for you. And if you wish to, for example, you want to do auditing or accounting, then we have Master of Science in International Accounting and Finance. We also have Master of Science in Corporate Finance and Banking if you want to do investment banking for your future career. So this is a program for you. And we also have other programs you can see here. So as I mentioned, most of them require either so for all our Master of Science in Financial Economics track, all the finance program, we do require our students have relevant finance background or engineering or quantitative background to apply. And so admissions requirements, if you wish to apply for our master program, 3-year bachelor degree is minimum requirement or above. It's okay if you already have a master degree, it's okay to apply. Of course, because all of our master programs, including MBA program, is fully taught in English. So we require your CV and your personal statement. Well, this all should be in English. And we also require you need to present English proficiency test, such as IELTS, TOEIC, or TOEFL. To apply, this is mandatory. And of course, all of our master programs require GMAT or GRE test. So you need to apply with a solid and sound GMAT or GRE score. But given the current situation impacted by the global pandemic, online version, online GMAT or online GRE, like the home edition, is also acceptable to us. If you cannot go to test center, the online version is acceptable as well. And the two academic letters, ideally one from your professional referee and one from your academic, like your professor, for example, like one from professional, one from academic. That will be the perfect combination of your recommendation letters. And of course, your previous academic transcripts and your previous degrees are also required. And if you wish to apply, you have to go to master.idec.edu to apply. So you need to go through an online application. And the application deadline for master programs will be at end of June each year. When we are on a rolling basis, we don't have specific rounds. Then you don't need to you don't need to follow a specific schedule for rounds of application. You just once you are ready, just go and apply, as we have regular selection committee meetings per month or per week. It depends on programs. And we are also offering different types of scholarships to our international students to help them to finance their study. It could be from the 50% to 30% reduction of your total tuition fees. And the deadline is the same as the application deadline, which is end of June. And finally, I would like to really introduce you the specific, I would say, the dual degree program that we are offering at EDHEC, which is called Master of Science and Global MBA dual degree program. So this is a 2-year program designed for applicants who already have at least 2 years work experience to apply, who wish to kick off a senior management position after their studies. So the first year study of this dual degree program is MSc studies. And of course, as I mentioned, for MSc study, you may start in July if you have to follow some online courses, or you could be possible you start in September, so case by case. And the first year is MSc. So you can choose, as I mentioned, we have 13 different MSc across our 2 different campuses. So either you can choose one of them as your you can choose one of them as your MSc study, but of course you have to apply, of course. And the location of the MSc will highly depend with which MSc you are applying. So you could study either in our lead campus or in this campus. It only depends on which MSc you will follow. Then there will be, after the study of MSc, there will be a 3-month internship followed. And after come to the September to the year 2, you have to follow, and that will be your global MBA year. Then you will follow our global MBA as our normal MBA candidates, and to continue your study under this dual degree program. And after 10 months studies of the MBA program, there will be another internship after followed. So this 2-year programs is perfectly designed for our applicants who wish to, want to follow to study in a specific specialized domain in a master program and also a global MBA program. So it's a perfect combination that you could have. You will be equipped with the expertise in the specific MSc program, as well as the management skills in the global MBA program. So how to apply this dual degree program? The admission process is slightly different than the normal track. So first of all, you need to apply online. It's as usual, all applications start with online. Then if you are, so when you finish your process for the online application for the MSc program, because you first start with to apply to MSc program. Once we evaluate we will appraise of your application for MSc and the global MBA. If you are eligible, we will invite you first for the interview for MSc program. So once you finish your MSc interview and you have been accepted to MSc program that you are applying for, then your application will be moved forward to a global MBA selection process. So if your application has been declined at the MSc stage, unfortunately, you will not be accepted to the dual degree MSc and global MBA program. But nevertheless, you can choose to start your application directly to the global MBA program if you are eligible for the global MBA program. So in the case, if you accepted in MSc program, then we move to your application still continue under the umbrella of the MSc and the Global MBA dual degree program, you will have to follow another application process, which of course our MBA team will guide you the process how to apply for the Global MBA. So after, I would say after 1 month of the application, you finish your application process for MSc and your application process for the Global MBA, you will receive your final result for the dual degree program. Normally it lasts 1 month, could be 1.5 months, it depends. And you will have your final result. So why we have like 2 different specific process, both for MSc and Global MBA, there must be some reason for this. Of course, you have the result for the dual degree program. In the end, of course, we welcome you to join the dual degree program. But nevertheless, in the end, you still have the choice to choose to join either the Global MBA or the MSc program. It's still possible, but we highly encourage that you to follow the dual degree program. Why? Because if you follow the dual degree program, you will have like 20% reduction of your total tuition fees. So this is automatically applied to all the applicants accepted to MSc and the Global MBA dual degree program. And you can see the total tuition fees after the reduction. It's here with 3 different price, but mainly depends on which MSc program you are applying for. And of course, under this dual degree program, you also have up to from 15% to 50% reduction. It's on merit-based mostly, and also you can also check some local scholarship provided by the local government or the French embassy in Japan, for example. And finally, I would say the deadline to apply for our master program is at end of June. So that's the part for my presentation for the master program. And then now I would like to introduce to you my colleague, Miguel from our bachelor degree program. He will continue the presentation to give you more information about our bachelor programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Yu-Ting. Thank you very much. And yes, so I'm going to go ahead and share the screen in order to introduce the international BBA to you. So let me put it in full screen. So yeah, as you have already heard from my colleagues from the MBA and about the MSc as well. So now I'm going to talk about the the Bachelor of Business Administration, so the program which is accessible after high school. The program has a duration of 4 years, and we propose 2 different tracks: the Global Business track and the Business Management track. The Global Business track is composed of 1 year at EDHEC Nice to study business fundamentals, 1 year at UCLA Extension in Los Angeles in the USA. Then there is an internship, then there is 1 year at NTU Singapore, and then the program is completed with a 6-month internship. So you will live in at least 3 different continents, and you will gather up to 14 months of professional experience thanks to the internships. That's in summary the program. It is fully taught in English. At UCLA Extension, you will be preparing a certificate in international trade and commerce that will allow you to integrate the alumni network of this institution. And at NTU, you will also prepare a certificate granted by this institution in Asia that you certainly know, the 2nd best in Asia and the number 13 in the world according to QS. This certificate will also allow you to integrate their alumni network on top of EDHEC. So you will become part of 3 huge alumni networks in 3 different continents. We always like to give the example of Vijay Sethi, who currently teaches our students in the Global Business track in Singapore, who was chosen the world's best professor by The Economist. So just to give you an idea of the quality of the teaching that our students get, not only at EDHEC, but also with our partners. And we have a more classical path, which is the business management track. It's still 4 years. It's also available fully in English in our Lille campus. And this program has the advantage, we will be mainly based in France. So if you want to study in English, it will be in Lille. But you have the advantage that during the last 2 years, you can specialize, and we will see some examples of specializations. We also have the program in French in case you'd be interested. Maybe you speak French, so it is also available in French in Lille and Nice. And you also have the opportunity to do internships throughout the program and every single year. So that's a huge advantage because you'll be able to discover companies, discover sectors, and discover jobs that will help you build your professional project throughout the program. And so here are some examples of specializations that we propose. So we have, as you can see, some examples: luxury industry, e-commerce and the business, tourism and hospitality management, finance. So as you can see, it can be very diverse. And you also have the opportunity to go abroad, either for an exchange program in more than 40 countries around the world, either for a double degree, so you can obtain the French degree and the Canadian, the German, or the British degree, as you can see, and also the Global Manager Certificate program, which on top of the international experience, you get the certificate. So I'm going to be very brief. You'll be certainly concerned about this in the future. So we have two options. Either you are in the French lycée and you prepare a French bac, so you go through Parcoursup. You have certainly heard about it. You are in any other case, that means Japanese diploma or any international diploma, you apply on our website. Our application is very straightforward. We will evaluate your application background, so your transcripts. You will certainly need an English test, and then there's going to be a Skype interview or an online interview that will be supported by the image me test, which is a personality test that you can easily do on an app or on a tablet. So that's basically the application process. And we propose these scholarships. This is only a place for international students, not Parcoursup students. So just keep this in mind. We have scholarships based on merit, on excellence, and we also have the social criteria scholarship based on the household's revenues. So that's it. It's time to ask your questions. I see there are already some questions on the chat. So maybe I see some of them are in Japanese. I don't know if Yudai wants to take them since they are in Japanese.
Yutin, will you?
Yes, Yuda already translated the question for me. So the question is, if I am a BBA student, which is better, MSc or MIM program? MIM program seems longer than MSc for sure, yeah. But so what will you give me? What kind of advice you would give me? And I would like to ask you that is it mentioned in this question that the student from the BBA student is holding a French degree or it's a Japanese degree?
Okay. I think this guy is only Japanese.
Okay, so if you have already have some business background after 4-year study, I would say MSc program could be a good choice. Because if you already know that what type of domains or what subject that you are interested, you can go directly for it to apply for the 1-year program. And after 1-year program, you can join the job market right away after your internship. So if you already have some academic background in specific domain, 1-year program could be shorter and good for you. But in the case if the student has less management background and also no work or internship experience, and then the student is not very sure like what type of career he or she wants to pursue. MIM program could be also a good option. It's longer, but it gives the time to a student to discover what he or she wants to for the future.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
I'm going to translate your answers into Japanese.
Thank you.
ご質問に対して、ですが、まず大学の4年間で例えば経営学を学んでいたり、もしくは、ビジネスでの経験がある方であれば、MSc、マスターデグリーの方がいいであろうというのが一つ回答です。理由としては、MSc の方が MIM に比べて期間が短いというところで集中的に学べて、また次の職探しであったりとか、博士課程に進んだりとかというようなことがしやすいというのがあります。一方で、経営学を学んだことがないけれども、しっかりと勉強をしていきたい、バックグラウンドがない中で学んでいく、または経営学にぼんやりと興味があるけれども、どういったものに、もっと深く学んでいきたいか、経営学においてどういったものを学んでいきたいかということを追求するという意味では、MIM の方が時間をかけてじっくり探せるというのが一つの回答になっております。で、MBA に関しましては補足ですけれども、最低3年間の業務経験がある方向けになっておりますので、実地経験がある方は MBA というものも一つ選択肢に入ってくるかなと思います。以上です。Okay, I finished translating.
Thank you, Ide.
Thank you. I think I have a question internally. It is about accommodation at EDHEC. So is accommodation on campus? So we have accommodation on campus in Lille campus only, but we also have accommodation near the campus that's partnerships with student residences in Lille and in Nice near the campus, and we also have a partnership with the website Imogen, which is a website to put you in contact with local landlords. So yes, we do have many accommodation options either in Lille and in Nice.
Okay. 今ミゲルからの回答としましては、いわゆる宿舎、寮というものがあるかということに関してなんですけども、リールにもニースにもありますというところが一つです。で、ニースに関しては住居を探したいときには不動産屋さんを学校の方からも紹介することができますので、その点ご安心ください。はい、
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is the end of the session because we only have a few minutes. So, and it seems no more questions right now. So maybe this is the end.
Okay, thank you very much to Yuda, Yuting, and Miguel. It was a great presentation. 参加者の皆様も、お疲れ様でした。他にご質問がなければ、これでこのウェビナーを終了させていただきたいと思います。Well, we hope to see you next time for new webinars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fanny. Thank you.
Goodbye.
それでは、最後のプレゼンテーション、アシュ製の、パリビジネススクールのご紹介になります。本日は、アシュ製より、4名ものパネリストも、来ていただいております。これからは、パネリスト様に、プレゼンテーションを行っていただきます。Hi everyone from HEC. We are very happy to meet you today. So I will let you do your presentation. So I don't know who's speaking first, but welcome, and we are very happy to be with you today.
Hello everyone. So my name is Rita. Thank you, Fanny, for the quick presentation. Today I'll be presenting you our Master in Management at HEC Paris, which is what we call the Grande École program. So just a quick overview of HEC Paris. We have diversified programs. The Master in Management stands within the pre-experience programs, which means that it's intended for students with less than 3 years of experience. So either these pre-experience programs, you have the Master in Management, but also a lot of Masters of Science. We do offer also MBAs programs at HEC and executive education, including executive MBAs, executive masters, and diversified certificates. So just a few numbers about HEC. We're the first European business school in Europe according to Financial Times. We have the first Master of Science in International Finance and the second worldwide Master in Management. We have quite an international campus with 105 nationalities, which makes up 64% of our students. So we have alumni all over the world in 135 countries. So if you're interested in having an international career, HEC is a great place for you because you can always reach out to international alumni for your career perspectives and for any type of advices. So about our teaching philosophy, we have quite a holistic approach at HEC, which means you would have no class taught by a teaching assistant. It's mainly faculty professors that would teach you, but you would also have practitioners. Let's say, for instance, you have a strategy class, you'd have professors coming from consulting firms to HEC to teach you about strategy. So it's very practical. You can also have, some corporate finance classes taught by persons working in the financial sector. So it's very interesting in terms of learning about the day-to-day job, but also as a networking opportunity. Our classes are limited to 50 students, which favors a great interaction between the students and with the professor. And you get the chance to work on many concrete projects, including real-life cases with companies. And you'll also have the ability to participate to a certain number of networking events. So the main one is the Carrefour HEC, in October, where you have a lot of companies coming to you. You can give them your resume and talk to them. It's a great networking opportunity. But you also have very specific career fairs, let's say for the financial sector, where you have all the main banks coming, including Goldman Sachs and big names like that. You'd have the strategy consulting career fair. You have the digital one, the health career fair. It's very, very complete. And I'd say that the main asset of our masters is a good bridge between the academic and the professional world. So now let's deep dive a bit more in our Master in Management. So we have a very international classes with more than 70% of European students, but we also have students coming from Asia, from America. So it's very diversified in terms of nationalities, but also in terms of backgrounds. So you don't need to have a business or management background in order to be eligible to apply. We have every year engineers being accepted. We have students, from social science backgrounds. So we do really favor this diversity within our classes because you get to work in small groups, and it's always interesting to interact and to teach each other interesting things. So within your first year of master, you get the chance, to learn all the basics of business. And by the end of the year, you'll be all at the same page. So let's talk a bit about our program structure. So within the Master in Management, you have 2 years. The first year, which that we call the M1 year, is a very generalist phase. Well, you get to have a lot of classes, including law classes, accounting, economics, finance, marketing. It's very diversified. And then you have to choose a specialization at your second year. So you would have the chance to choose between a certain number of specialization, including international finance, if you want to work in the financial sector, strategy, economics, marketing, entrepreneurship. But you can also decide to go on a double degree on your second year and do a double degree, for instance, at Yale University or at MIT. We have collaboration with St. Gallen University, where you can decide to specialize in a specific track that is, for instance, in banking and finance or in marketing, or so we do have a lot of opportunities. And in between these 2 years of master, you have an optional gap year, which most of our students take because it's very essential and it got a lot of benefits. The first one is that, let's say you're still hesitating between two fields, then you get the chance to do 2 different long-term internships to experience the job itself and then getting to choose your specialization. The second one is that we have a lot of students coming back from their gap year and with a full-time job offer. So they start their second year of master while being secured a full-time after their studies. Yeah, so it's very, I would strongly encourage you to take this gap year for internships if you decide to do the master in management. About the career paths, they're very diversified. So we have students go into the consulting sector, financial services, technology. It's very diversified in terms of industry and sectors, but also in terms of region. So let's say as an alumni, you'll get a chance, you know, to interact with international alumni. Let's say you're interested to working in the US for a big bank. You also have HEC alumni working for that bank, and they're always very open to help if you're looking for an internship or if you're interested to getting to know more about the job itself or for any type of other help. So 99% of our students are employed within 3 months after graduation, and the average starting salary is 66,000 euros. But again, it will depend about the industry that you work in for, and also about the region and the economic level of the country. So just to mention this, we also offer a lot of Masters of Science within our pre-experience programs. And these Masters of Science are a short-term program that is very specific. So it's quite short, and it's for students that already know that they want to go in a specific field and that already have a precise professional project. So if you want to work in finance and you are quite sure about it, and let's say you also already have a few internship experiences in finance, then it may be a good idea to apply directly in international finance. These MSc programs are exactly the same thing that the specialization phase of the master in management. So you'll be mixed in the same class with students that did their master in management at HEC Paris. So it's very different, but it's really up to you according to your experience and background to define which program you would need to apply for. We also provide support for students who still don't know exactly for which program to apply or still hesitate between 2 programs, to contact us, and then we can help them with determining their projects. Yeah, so within these programs, you also have, you know, a very concrete approach with professionals coming to your classes, and also you get to work. I think one of the greatest assets of HEC is its practical, you know, part, because you have a lot of company projects, you have real life case basis. Sometimes you'll have, let's say, a company such as JP Morgan coming to you with alumni from HEC and, you know, presenting to you a real life case project. Well, you have to work, and then after you get to network with them, discuss with them their own experience at the firm, and it's always a good opportunity, you know, to give them your resume if you're looking for an internship or for a full-time job within this company. Within HEC, we also offer a certain number of certificates that are specific to an area. So these certificates are 100 hours, and they take place right after the classes end. So it allows you 15 more credits. They're optional, but you would need to apply for them if you'd like to do them, and show some motivation for these certificates. They're in collaboration with the corporate environment as well. So you'll have HEC full-time faculty members teaching you, but you would also have company visits and corporates from this company teaching you, which brings up another layer to this practical aspect I was talking about before. You don't need to be, for instance, majoring in finance or studying finance to pick the finance certificate. You can apply to any certificate that may be interesting to you. Let's say you are doing the entrepreneurship major at HEC Paris and you want to apply for the mergers and acquisitions. Then if you can show up some motivation for this specific certificate and some knowledge about finance, then you would still be able to consider to be accepted within this specific certificate. So now we'll talk about the campus and student life. So here is a quick picture of the graduation day, and this is our library. This is just a quick, picture of the main entrance of HEC Paris. We have a big campus located nearby Paris with a lot of things happening. So you have a lot of student societies. If you're interested in a field or the other, you always find something that may be interesting to you, either the football club, the sailing club, the basketball club. If you'd like to volunteer more on something social, you'll find something interesting for you. You have the chance, I don't know, to go and visit, sick kids in the hospital, or get involved in something meaningful to you. And if there is a society that is interesting for you, you get the chance to create it with other students. So it's a really good thing, to get to integrate easily on campus, to be part of these societies. But also it's a good strategy to build your network for the future. And we also have on-campus accommodation, and all international students are guaranteed accommodation on campus. So you'll be nearby your classes, and everything is, we have, restaurants, everything on campus. So now we'll talk to you about the application process. So the profiles that we value are very complete profiles in terms of academic excellence. If you have any internship, volunteering experience, it's interesting for us. We will also look at your motivation, look at your projects and how HEC can help you achieve this project, but also what you can bring to HEC. And of course, we will be looking at your test scores, including the GMAT or GRE scores, but also your international exposure. If you ever had the chance to interact with internationals, if you have any, cross-cultural sensitivity. So we do not have any minimum requirements. It's a very competitive program, but we will be looking at your program, at your profile globally. So let's say you have maybe a bit less in the GMAT, but very excellent grade, then you may be able to offset the general profile. So you're more welcome to apply or to ask us any question about your eligibility if you have any doubt later. So the first thing that you need to do is to apply online, and then you receive a feedback about your admissibility, which means if you're invited for oral interview or not. And then you will get the chance to take your interviews if you're invited and receive your final admission as a last stage. As supporting documents, we will need, of course, your degree certificates or your current enrollment certificate if you haven't achieved your degree yet. We will need your transcripts, one resume. So one of the advices I give to students is to keep it in one page, to be very concise and structured. We will need a test management test, which is either the GMAT, GRE, or the French version that we call the TEGE match, but also an English language proficiency test. So either the TOEFL, Cambridge, IELTS, TOEIC. And then you would need to show us some motivation by filling, essay questions. So you don't need to provide any motivational letter, because these essay questions are there to show your motivation for the program, and you will need to provide recommendations as well. So you would have links on the application that you can send directly to your referee to keep it confidential, but they can also send to you, official letters, or PDF letters, recommendations that you can join yourself to the application. So we have several application rounds. So for September to 21, now we are in the 5th round of applications, which means you will have till June 14 to apply, with admissibility results on June 22. So on June 22, you would know if you will know if you're invited for interviews or not, before receiving your final results in July 5th. So if you're more interested in applying for September to 22, then the the official calendar will be published on the website very soon. Just apply when your application is the strongest. This is one of the best advice that I can give you. Take the time to prepare for the management test because they need quite a few preparation in advance. And make sure that you will receive all your test results before the application closes. So all these informations are available on our website. So once you receive your offer at HEC, you will be automatically considered for 2 different scholarships. So you have the HEC Foundation Excellence Scholarship, and for women, the Women's High Potential Scholarship. For these 2 scholarships, you cannot receive both of them at the same time if you're a girl, of course. And then you will, before having, to validate your spot at HEC, you will receive the decision. If you receive the scholarship, you will be contacted by our teams, and then you will accordingly decide, to start studying at HEC or not. I didn't talk about the fees. So the student fees are 40,000 euros for the master in management. So it's around 20,000 for the first year of master and 20,000 for the second year of master. And you, of course, just pay student and administrative fees, which are about 800 euros during your gap year if you do take a gap year. So all these informations, again, are available on our website, and I strongly invite you to visit our Master in Management webpage, where you will find all the details about application and fees and financing. So if you have any question about the applications at our Master in Management, please contact me and my team to admissions in plural masters at hec.fr, but also our Japanese office at adashi@hec.fr. So thank you for your participation, and I'll be more happy to answer your questions at the end of the webinar.
Thank you, Gita. 皆様こんばんは。改めまして、HEC日本事務所の足立と申します。ちょっとここで説明を加えさせていただきますと、ですね、今までのはご覧になったように、マスターコースの、説明になります。そうですね、これから後です。後半の方はMBA の、プログラムになりますけれども、HECの方では、アプライされるときの、そうですね、皆さんの、キャリアの長さと、それからご年齢によって、プログラムを分けてお勧めしているので、今日は2つのプログラムのご紹介ということになりました。後半の方はですね、MBA の方は、だいたい最低で、そうですね、3年ぐらいのキャリアが終わりになる方、平均で5年ぐらいですね。なので、年齢としてはだいたい30歳ぐらいの方が、受けられています。ということで、後半の方はMBA の、ご紹介になります。ご質問ございましたら、Q&A の方に日本語でも英語でも結構ですので、お送りください。それではよろしくお願いします。So, let's start, Colin, please.
Yes, so thank you everyone for being here. We are so happy to be with you today. My name is Alicia. I'm here with my colleague Colin, and we are going to present you our MBA program at HEC Paris.
Okay, wonderful.
So HEC Paris is a very historic French institution. It was created in 1881, and we have fight for our strong worldwide reputation. We have nearly 5,000 students enrolled per year with multiple programs, as my colleague mentioned earlier. We have Grande École, Master, MBA program, PhD, but also the summer school. One thing to remember at HEC is that we are educating the best CEOs, as we are ranking number 3 in the world. So you have more chances to become a CEO if you join HEC MBA program.
Talking a little bit about rankings, on this slide, we can see where HEC Paris is ranked currently today. Of course, we're so proud of where we are at in these rankings. We're ranked among some of the best institutions in the world. So if you're considering an MBA in France, then you might want to be looking at HEC. We recommend when you're doing program research, if you're thinking about an MBA, to use the rankings as a starting point to kind of define what program you are looking for. But it's definitely not the end of the road. You really want to do lots of program research to find out which MBA program is the right fit. So not just what is the best MBA program, but what's the best MBA program for you?
Diversity. So diversity is really important to us. Therefore, we are really, really proud to have 92% of the class that is international for the MBA classes. Now talking a bit more of the insight of which kind of profile you will make during your 16 months MBA program, here are the most important key fact figures. So one thing to remember for the MBA program is that we have small classes. So we have around 300 MBA students per year, and you can start either in September or in January, as we have 2 intakes. HEC pays attention to create a multinational environment, as I mentioned from the previous slide. So therefore, you have like over 60 different nationalities in your class. Also, one thing to remember is that HEC supports strongly women in business. Therefore, we are really proud to have 35% of the MBA students that are women, and we are looking to increase this percentage over the years. In average, your classmate will be from 25 years old to 35 years old, with a work experience from 2 to 10 years. Yeah.
Great, yeah, and just commenting on what Alicia said about the women in the program, we are working so hard to make sure that women feel supported through our admissions process and once they're on campus. We have special initiatives in place to connect female applicants with current students. So if you would like those resources, please feel free to reach out to us. We'll tell you how you can get in touch with us. So just keep that in mind. Just one of the most recent figures, we actually in the last January intake, we were at 38% women. So that's just the intake, that's not the whole class, but again, that's really something that we're focusing on to really make sure that women are supported and able to pursue their MBA ambitions. Speaking just quickly about Japan. So in the MBA program, across all programs at HEC, actually the MBA is the one that has the most Japanese students. So typically in an average class, we'll have anywhere between 15 and 20 students from Japan. Sometimes we get asked this question, is there a quota by country, by region? No, we just try to keep and maintain a nice balance across nationalities in the class so that this map that you see is reflective and so that you can really be joining that global community. Okay, we already saw some of these figures with our colleague, but I'll just give a quick overview. The MBA program is a residential MBA. So that means that our students are living on campus typically for the beginning of the MBA program, and then they are enjoying the Paris life during either the second half of the program or, of course, on weekends, you're able to kind of go into the city via trains and shuttles that connect our beautiful campus to the Paris city center. One thing I would highlight about HEC is that we are an institution. Yes, we're an old French institution, but we're really focused on innovation, entrepreneurship. We are really leaning towards those subjects. So we're very proud because we're one of the founding members of the Paris-Saclay Innovation Cluster. This is one of the top innovation clusters in the world. So just be aware that if you join HEC, whether for the MBA or for one of our Grande École programs, you will be joining a really innovative ecosystem. A few more pictures of campus. The picture on top is our MBA building. It's the main entrance to campus. All of the MBA students are in and around this building all day long. It's a great building. It's pretty new. Inside the building, you have like dedicated workspace. You have a cafete where you can get, your croissant and your coffee in the morning. So you really feel that French spirit while you're on campus. Here you can see also that we have a French chateau on our campus. These are images of our beautiful campus. So when you're in the program at HEC, you really do get to enjoy all of these facilities. And a few more pictures here. The campus is really beautiful in spring, so there's always lots of flowers, 20 kilometers of running trails, and like I said, lots of space to spend time with your MBA classmates. With Paris at your fingertips. So this is something that our students really enjoy. You'll be able to go into Paris as you please. It's about 45 minutes to an hour to get into the city. Concretely about our curriculum. So HEC has a MBA program that is 16 months full-time. So this is our standard MBA format that can start either in September or January. Looking closely at the terms here. So the program is broken into 4 terms and split in 2 phases. Term 1 and 2 are dedicated to the fundamentals of business. So this is where you're going to reinforce all of your core business skill set. In terms 1 and 2, what I would highlight here is that HEC, not only are we kind of educating in traditional business topics, but we have vertically integrated themes on sustainability, leadership, giving and receiving feedback into all of our core curriculum. So you will really get a well-rounded business education with the fundamental phase. And then in the customization of the program, terms 3 and 4, you are able to design the MBA program that best suits your career objectives. We're very personalized in our approach. So every student is going to be doing, what works best for them during these 2 terms. So in term 3, you have the option of taking elective courses, or you can do an MBA project with a company, or you can do an international academic exchange at one of our partner schools. In term 4, you have the option to specialize. So with an MBA degree, it's a generalized degree, but a lot of our students are excited about the possibility of focusing their area of study in term 4. The 7 areas that we offer are entrepreneurship, finance, advanced management, strategic marketing, strategy, digital innovation, and sustainable and disruptive innovation. So if you're looking at this list and you're thinking, wow, I'd love to know more about that specialization, please let us know. We can connect you with students who are in those specializations. We can send you previous webinars that we've done that are specific to those courses. So don't hesitate, again, to ask us for those resources, because we're here to make sure that you have the full info. Flipping forward to the January intake, this almost looks exactly the same as the September intake timeline. The only difference is that the specialization takes place in term 3, and your electives, project, or exchange will take place in term 4. So this is the main difference, and the reason being that all MBA students, regardless of intake, will specialize at the same time. Again, further reinforcing that network. Another thing that I'll kind of touch on here is that with HEC MBA program, you have a very strong focus on your leadership development. So that will start from day 1, as will your career curriculum. So we'll talk more about that in just a minute.
Now talking about the student life. So I know my colleague already mentioned some of the information you will regarding our campus, so for the sport facilities, etc. So I'm just going to highlight one more thing, is our cultural week. It is a great moment to remember to share with your classmates what are your habits in your home country and etc. And I would like to talk about the Japanese club. So a few weeks ago, we had some of our Japanese MBA students who taught their classmates how to make sushis. And as you can see here are some pictures, and we had such a great and funny moment.
I want to talk a little bit about what's going on campus this year, because COVID obviously has affected the kind of formatting of the classes and the formatting of the events that take place. So just making this super current. The MBA students at HEC, they arrived on campus. So in both end of August and beginning of year, so in January, our MBA students arrived. Most of them were able to come, but some, of course, had some constraints with traveling. So we accommodated all cases. If students needed to start the program by distance, that was possible. In the ideal situation, though, we were hoping that all students were able to arrive on campus. So one of the pictures here that I have on this slide is from our scholarship ceremony that took place in the beginning of the term. So you can see the students are there, they're networking with one another and following their courses in a hybrid format. So that's what HEC opted for this year. We decided to do some courses face-to-face in small groups and some courses delivered digitally. This was the best method to kind of ensure that the network was maintained, that the quality of the delivery of the program didn't suffer, and that we were able to kind of accommodate all different kinds of scenarios with students. In addition to courses, of course, at HEC, you have tons of events happening every year. I mean, you have over 250 companies on campus every year, and this year was like even more participating in our events, just highlighting a couple of those. So our Women in Leadership Club, that's the MBA Women in Leadership Club, organized an executive roundtable with JP Morgan. This was open to the whole HEC community, just to give you an example of the continuity of events that took place this year. And then very recently, just a couple of weeks ago, we held our annual TEDx event. This was online, so it was a digital event that took place to continue that tradition of the TEDx that we had brought to campus. So just keep in mind that no matter when you're planning on starting your MBA, we are at HEC, we're really adapting to the needs of our students and trying to ensure that the student experience is still at the highest caliber possible, even given the constraints with COVID. For next year, so if you're thinking about starting the program in September or January, the school has made a decision to put all courses face-to-face. So we are counting on that. Of course, there are several contingency plans in case things don't go according to our expectations with COVID, but just keep in mind that you are looking at a very likely fully in-person format for next year.
Now talking about the French culture. So when you will join HEC campus, one thing that is important to us is to make you comfortable in France. In that sense, HEC will arm you to be successful in a French business environment. How we do it? First of all, you can have French courses. We also have our French Touch event. So you can learn more about like French breakfast, wine and cheese, French gastronomic, etc. But we also organize some treks, which means that, for example, if you want to have your first experience at skiing, or if you're a professional, you can join a holiday skiing vacation with HEC. You will also have like networking and etc.
And again, going back to that experience at HEC, we are really focused on experiential learning across the whole school. Specifically in the MBA, as I mentioned, you have a leadership curriculum that you will follow as part of your MBA obligations. So of course, if you are leading a club or if you're, one of the student representatives, that can fulfill some of your leadership requirements, but there's also some standout events that are really fun that happen during the MBA. So I'll highlight just this picture here on this slide. This is a picture from our leadership seminar. These students are actually building a bridge. So it might not look like a bridge, but they're using raw materials to build a bridge that they then will have to cross over as a team in a given amount of time. So this is just one example of the kind of events that you're doing through the leadership seminar. And what's really unique about this event is that you're led through these activities by ex-military mentors. So you really have an expertise in mentorship, leadership, teamwork through this exercises. And in fact, we were very happy that we were able to continue this event this year, and we moved it to our campus. So the students really got to know the campus even better than before because we transposed this event onto our own grounds. Like I mentioned, we have a chateau, we have a lake, we have a forest on campus. So it was so amazing to see the students enjoying our campus in that way through the seminar. There are other leadership events that will take place, such as the MBA tournament. This is the Olympics of the MBA world. It's the largest gathering of MBA students in Europe. We have over 1,500 students that will come on campus to participate in these events. This is completely led by HEC students. So the MBA students get 500,000 euros from HEC to host this event. So it's a huge organizational endeavor. And if you think, that you love operations or what have you, or marketing, or you want to be in charge of sustainability, you can take a leadership position for the planning of the MBA tournament. This year, the event for the MBA tournament were all online. Of course, with students in their respective countries participating in person, in their teams. Again, lots of different things waiting for you in this program in terms of leadership development, so we can share more if you'd like to hear more. And we cannot emphasize enough the strength of the HEC Paris wider global community. When you join the MBA program at HEC, you're joining a kind of, really tight-knit group on campus. As Alicia mentioned, it's around 300 students. So you get to know everyone in class, you get to know all of your professors, just everyone around you. So it's a really friendly environment. But again, that's part of a wider community. So you join the MBA program, but then after you graduate, you are part of an amazing community of alumni all over the world. You have 78 international alumni chapters. So in our Japan chapter, there are several hundred alumni who are involved. You have events every couple of months that can range from kind of professional events, having guest speakers and listening into that, or just kind of casual drinks with the community. If you're thinking of being mobile after the MBA, if you want to move abroad, then you will also have that opportunity because we have alumni simply in every corner of the world. I'm going to highlight a couple career transformations that we've seen through the MBA. So I've selected 3 profiles here that I wanted to share with you. These are graduates, recent graduates. So the first is Shunpei. His pre-MBA experience was quite unique. He worked for the Peace Corps in Washington, D.C. During the program, he did his MBA project at Ashoka in France, and his post-MBA job was as an associate at McKinsey in Tokyo. So a really interesting transformation there that we are, of course, very proud of and happy to share. Akiko is also the class of 2018. So prior to the MBA, she was a project leader at a information services international company. Her post-MBA job is strategy consultant at Accenture in Japan. So again, those transformations are very typical with HEC. We see strong career transformation across the board with our students. She was very involved on campus, so she was an academic representative and also was a leadership award recipient. Takeshi is another kind of profile, so class of 2019, and I wanted to highlight his profile because he came from his company who sent him to the MBA, and then his post-MBA job was back at his company. In the program, you'll have the option to do internships. So he did 2 internships, one as a due diligence analyst and another as a business development intern, both in London and France. So even if you're coming to the program as a sponsored student, you'll have the opportunity to really explore career possibilities through the MBA, just to kind of see what else is out there and kind of try your hand at something new.
So now let's talk about our career team. So we have a dedicated career team at HEC for our MBA students. So they will help you and guide you through your process of your career changing goal. In that sense, so you have 1 day per week that is dedicated to your career. So for example, on Friday, you will be working with our career team to try to, first of all, to know yourself, because it's a 3-step approach. So to know yourself, then you have to know the market, and then you match yourself to the market. So this is how we believe that you are able to really understand you and to achieve your personal goal. So one thing to highlight regarding our MBA is that you can do some internship. So if you start in September, you can do it during May to August or January to May. And if you choose to start in January, you can do it during the summertime, so July, August, or at the end between January and May. It's not mandatory. Most of our students choose to do one internship. But if you choose to do an alternative, you can do either like French classes, or you can take this time to travel in France, in Europe, or abroad. Now I'm going to talk about the admission process, so how to apply. First of all, we have a 5 weeks application process, which means that, for example, if you apply 1st of June, you will get your answer in 5 weeks. So basically, it starts by connecting with us. So you go on our website, you complete your application, then we will have a pre-selection jury. If you pass it through, you will meet with 2 of our alumni. So you will have 2 different interviews. And then we have the final jury. The final jury will take place at the same time of the scholarship, and you will get an answer from us with those two information. What we are looking when you're applying. So first of all, it's important to have a bachelor degree. We look also at your international exposure. So in that sense, if you have worked in an international environment, for example, an international company or international client, if you have international colleagues, those kind of stuff. We require at least to have 2 years of work experience. We are also looking at your references, so it can be from your bosses or from a client. You need to pass the GMAT or the GRE. Our GMAT average is 690, to give you an idea, but it's still an average, so do not hesitate to apply if it's a bit lower or a bit or above. And of course, if you did not study in English, you will need to pass an English test, as our program is fully in English. And finally, we look at your motivation and your career objectives. So why you would like to pursue an MBA and why HEC. So we are going to answer your question in a few minutes. One thing, please, before answering your question is you can go on our website, on our Connect With Us page. So you can here fill out a form. So it will ask you some of your background, so we can have a better understanding of your profile, and we can give you a personalized feedback and personalized recommendation on your application for if you would like to do an MBA at HEC Paris. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Alicia. So yeah, just kind of summing up what Alicia has said there. feel free to connect with anyone through that, feel free to connect with our team through that online form. I just sent it in the chat. So that's the best way to get in touch with our MBA team, and that is totally informal. So anyone who's interested in the program, feel free to fill that form out, and that will allow us to give you some feedback on your profile. So I believe, Junko, it's over to you for the questions.
Yes, there are 2 questions. So could you answer?
Yes, let's see. I see that there's a question about the international exchange. I'm just going to quickly add a little bit of information regarding the MBA program, because it's a little bit different perhaps than for the Grande École. So for the MBA program, as mentioned, you have the exchange built into the MBA. So you can either do your exchange in term 3 or term 4 of the customization of the program. The selection process is internal at HEC, so you don't have to apply to the partner school. There's a ranking, so you would rank your top 3 choices for the degree partner, and then you would be able to go to whichever one you're allocated to if you're thinking about doing an international exchange. If you're thinking about doing a double degree, that's another option, but in that case, you do have to apply separately to the partner school. I would say most MBA students are eager to pursue the exchange because it's just simply easier to organize, but some are very interested in our double degrees because it gives you kind of a look at 2 different areas of study, such as political science or law, if you want to do the LLM, for instance, that we offer at Georgetown.
If I may add up something, Colleen, sorry to interrupt. For our double degrees within the master's programs, for some of the double degrees, you will need to apply through HEC Paris, where you have a pre-selection, and then we present the pre-selected student to the host institution that may be able to make the final decision. But you also have some double degrees that you have to apply directly to the partner institutions, either by entering through the master in management and then applying for a double degree for your 2nd year of master, or by applying directly to the double degree, for instance, with Yale University and HEC before entering HEC. The good thing about the first option is that if you don't get your double degree first choice, then you'll still be able to choose another major either with HEC Paris or go on an exchange somewhere within one of our partner institutions. So we do really have a lot of international institutions, partner institutions, and you get to get the list either in the presentation or by visiting our website. Yeah, so if you have any extra question for the masters, my address doesn't appear here, but I will type it again here. So feel free to leave me any message if you have a specific question about your profile, or if you need any dedicated advices about your eligibility to our programs. Thank you, everyone.
No, there are 2 other questions. So please, in the Q&A, Pauline?
Yep, I see this question about the kind of strengths that Japanese students show in the HEC MBA. So I would say that once on campus, the Japanese students are some of the most organized and motivated students in the program. They organize webinars. They are so happy to connect with potential students from Japan. Junko, I know that you're doing so much in Japan to kind of cultivate the HEC community. So this is something that definitely stands out from the Japanese students. In terms of admissions, we also see very strong academics coming from Japan. So very strong GMAT scores, very strong universities, backgrounds in that sense. I would say there's a good amount of students from Japan who are also sponsored by their companies. So this shows very strong career progression and career potential. So this is something that I would say is quite particular from the students we're getting from Japan. And then Junko, I don't know if you can help me understand the question from Kaito. It's written in Japanese.
Sorry, excuse me?
The question from Kaito is written in Japanese. Can you help me to understand the question?
Kaito, yes. So could you explain sustainability and entrepreneurship during custom program?
Yes. So I'll try to be brief here because I know we're running out of time. The program at HEC, so you have the opportunity to specialize in entrepreneurship if you'd like. The entrepreneurship specialization is focused around our kind of hands-on learning approach. So you will actually build a business around real technology that's being developed in our innovation cluster. So the entrepreneurship specialization is amazing. It's very hands-on. You will have courses as well. It's pretty intense because you are, the scientist who's developing this technology is depending on you to help them to launch their product. And at the end of the specialization, you will pitch your business plan to real investors. So it's a very hands-on approach to entrepreneurship. So that's just a really quick overview of that specialization. And then the sustainability specialization is actually led by a professor called Jeremy KEDGE. He's one of Quotes and Quant's best 40 under 40 professors, very focused in sustainability and kind of the geopolitics in the world. And so that specialization has been modeled actually after the SASI program, the Sustainable and Social Innovation Program in the Grande École. So very similar theme there. And again, I know we're kind of out of time, so I can follow up with more info if anyone wants to reach out to us.
Yeah, according to your profile, you can either like apply through the MBA, but we also offer our Master in Science with Polytechnique Paris, which is a major engineering school in entrepreneurship, where you get to build your own startup with the support of our teams in small groups of students. So it's a really good gap, if you'd like to be an entrepreneur for later. But we also have what we call the Master of Science in Sustainability and Social Innovation, where you have a lot of actors and concrete projects, and you get to work with a lot of students that are interested in the social environment. And we also have strong ties. For instance, we had the Impact Career Days this year, where we had a lot of companies come in, including a lot of international organizations. We had the Red Cross, the World Economic Forum. So it was a really good opportunity to learn more about what they're doing and to get to look for any opportunity, job opportunity within this organization.
Okay, everyone, thank you very much for this great presentation. ご参加者の皆様も、お疲れ様でした。本日ご参加いただきありがとうございます。これで、ビジネスマネジメントに関するセッションが終わります。And well, bye bye to everyone. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
失礼します。